Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who stretches out the heavens, have mercy upon our nation and world. Lord, during a government shutdown, friendships are often fractured by words spoken in this chamber, for the tongue can bring life or death. Inspire our lawmakers to be quick to dispense the balm of forgiveness by resolving anger quickly before it festers and causes more harm. May their efforts to not create further divisions in relationships bring glory to your merciful name. And Lord, comfort those who feel the pain of grief because of the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Iowa.
You heard the chaplain refer to the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. The family announced that early this morning. Dick Cheney lived a life of service to his country. He was a bit of a political bug, biting him very early in his life, and he was committed that entire life to public service. He served as White House Chief of Staff under President Ford. He was a congressman for the people of Wyoming. He was the 17th Secretary of Defense and the 45th Vice President of the United States. Dick Cheney was a part of American history for more than 5 decades. Barbara and I will pray for Dick's family as they mourn the loss of a beloved family member. On another point, I want to compliment Erica Kirk, wife of the assassinated conservative leader Charlie Kirk. She has made the emotional appeal to have cameras in the courtroom at the trial of her husband's murderer. I commend her for this brave plea because it fits in with a stand I've been taking for the last couple decades. Courts at both the state and federal level have a massive impact on our daily lives and the lives of generations to come, yet few Americans get the chance to see the nation's courts in action. That's almost totally true of federal courts. I believe most states do allow cameras in the courtrooms, although not necessarily required under state procedure in state courtrooms. I've long held that cameras should be present in the federal courts, including the Supreme Courts, because what I said about state courts is not yet a requirement in federal courts. Cameras would boost transparency, and Americans grow in confidence and understanding of the federal judiciary if we had cameras in the federal courtrooms. Now, it's been maybe a joke that a couple of Supreme Court justices said that having cameras at the Supreme Court would be over their dead body. Now, I don't wish anybody at the federal court, whether they're liberals or conservatives on that court, to pass because of cameras in the courtrooms. But I happen to believe that cameras in the federal courts, like state courts, would boost transparency and help Americans grow in confidence and understanding of the judiciary. When pivotal moments in history happen, we shouldn't be timid in calling for greater transparency that history demands in the federal courts. I yield and suggest the absence of a
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate and quorum call.
Yes.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, like many Americans, I was saddened to learn this morning of the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Dick was a lifelong public servant who believed very deeply in our country and brought his considerable knowledge and intelligence to its service. As Secretary of Defense and later as Vice President, he played a key role in shaping policy on many of the most consequential issues of his day. He was also an avid outdoorsman and fly fisherman who loved spending time in the mountains of his home state. I enjoyed having him in South Dakota and showing off some of what our state has to offer. Mr. President, my thoughts and prayers today are with his wife Lynn, with his 2 beloved daughters, and with his 7 grandchildren. Mr. President, quote, "Every day gets better for us," end quote. Those were the words of the Democrat leader a week into this shutdown, reflecting on the supposed benefits, political benefits for Senate Democrats. Mr. President, I guess it's nice that every day is getting better for Senate Democrats, because it sure isn't getting better for anyone else. We're in the 6th week of the Democrat shutdown, Mr. President. That's right, the 6th week. And Democrats' victims are everywhere. Let's just go through a few headlines. These are some headlines from newspapers and news outlets around the country. Some Head Start preschools shudder as government shutdown continues. Shutdown crushes small business owners as losses hits billions. Industry leaders beg Congress for a clean CR. Everyone is worried. Dallas SNAP recipients navigate uncertainty and dwindling funds. That's a Democrat shutdown at work, Mr. President. Here's another headline. After a month of the shutdown, workers face mounting bills, car repossessions. And the subhead to that article said this: finances are becoming dire for the more than 750,000 government workers who've been going without pay now for a full month. Here's some more headlines, Mr. President. Flight delays pile up as government shutdown enters 2nd month. Worst weekend for air traffic controller staffing since the start of the shutdown. Flight delays could worsen as government shutdown drags on. Could worsen, Mr. President. And we're entering one of the busiest travel seasons of the year with people making holiday plans with their families. Mr. President, there are a lot more headlines where those came from. People are suffering, all because Democrats can't bring themselves to accept a clean, nonpartisan funding bill. Mr. President, the list of people begging Democrats to pass a clean government funding extension is long, and it's growing longer. The Teamsters Union, the New York City Steam Fitters Union, the American Federation of Government Employees, multiple airline pilot unions, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, business organizations like the National Restaurant Association. And Mr. President, I could go on. All of these organizations are begging Democrats to take yes for an answer and support a clean, nonpartisan bill, the one sitting right there at the desk that is available to be picked up and passed today, sent to the President, signed into law, and the government opens. The Democrats are recalcitrant. Mr. President, for a party that claims to represent working people, it is striking to me how very little Democrats seem to care about working people during the shutdown. The senior Democrat from Vermont published an op-ed this weekend in which he calls for this shutdown to keep going forever, as far as I can tell. Of course, he attempts to claim that Democrats are doing this for working people, to which I say, Mr. President, give me a break. Democrats are injuring working people with their shutdown. Maybe Democrats have no idea what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans, including many government employees. But let me just tell them there are a whole lot of working people out there who can't afford to miss a single paycheck, much less the multiple paychecks that they've now missed thanks to the Senate Democrats. And beyond the people Democrats have directly deprived of paychecks, there are a lot of other people whose livelihood is being affected by this shutdown, like small business owners and employees whose income has declined because the federal workers who usually patronize their businesses are out of work. There's really nothing Democrats can do to make that right. But they can at least make sure that they don't extend the pain that people are experiencing. Later today, we're going to vote once again on a clean, nonpartisan funding extension, the one we voted on 14 times already, the one sitting right at the desk, Mr. President, that would open up this government today and make sure that all of those Americans will get paid. We just need 5 Democrats to join the 3 who are already voting with us, and we could end all this pain and reopen the government. That's all it takes, Mr. President. 5 Democrats. Everybody knows, follows our government in this process, that in the Senate, it takes a supermajority. It takes 60 votes to do virtually anything. So we need help. We need help from some Democrats with a backbone who are courageous enough to take on their left-wing base and do the right thing for the American people. And I do realize, Mr. President, the Democrats are facing tremendous pressure from the far left wing of their party, which is apparently content to see working people suffer as long as Democrats make a good show of opposing President Trump. But I hope that there are at least those 5 Democrats out there who will look at the pain that people are experiencing and will say, enough is enough. We're in the 6th week now, Mr. President, of this shutdown. The 6th week. While every day may be getting better for Senate Democrats, thanks to Senate Democrats, every day is getting worse for the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Unanimous consent, the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, open enrollment is now upon us. 24 million Americans are now making agonizing decisions about what health care plans they choose, if they even choose one, are able to afford one, about how much they'll be able to pay, and if they can afford health care at all. I want to be very clear. This open enrollment is not like open enrollment to previous years. Never have American families faced a situation where their health care costs are set to double in the blink of an eye. But that's the reality. If you're an average American on an ACA plan, you live with that. The average American on ACA plan will pay 114% more out of pocket. 4 million Americans will lose health insurance entirely. A 60-year-old couple earning $85,000 could pay a staggering $22,600 more a year. How the hell are they going to afford that? And make no mistake, some states will suffer more than others. Here are the states that have seen the biggest increase in enrollment because of the tax credits: Louisiana, Tennessee, West Virginia, Mississippi. In other words, red states. The biggest beneficiaries of these enhanced premium tax credits are red states, millions of people in each in Florida and Texas. Republicans seem ready to tell their own constituents back home, screw you, I'd rather cut taxes for billionaires. That's what's going on. Democrats are going to keep pushing to get these premium tax credits extended. We've asked Republicans to vote for it 3 times. They voted it down 3 times. We're not asking for anything radical. Lowering people's health care costs is the definition of common sense and of what Americans want, all across the spectrum. We want only what a vast majority of Americans need and want. They want to see the tax credits extended. The Senate deserves to see serious negotiations when it comes to health care. Republicans' outrageous delay has cost Americans already too much. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
I recognize the Republican whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this morning, Wyoming mourns the passing of Vice President Dick Cheney. His career has few peers in American life. He was a high school football team, my hometown of Casper, Wyoming, within Trony County High School. He was White House Chief of Staff for President Ford. He represented Wyoming in Congress for 10 years, and he actually served as the Republican whip in the United States House of Representatives, served as Secretary of Defense for our nation, and was Vice President of these great United States of America. His unflinching leadership shaped many of the biggest moments in domestic and U.S. foreign policy for decades. Dick is going to be remembered as a towering figure who helped guide the course of history, certainly in Wyoming and also in the United States and, of course, around the world. My prayers are with his wife, Lynn, with daughters Liz and Mary, and with his grandchildren as they celebrate this incredible man. Mr. President, on a separate matter, this weekend, 42 million struggling Americans lost access to food assistance. Many are suffering, many are sacrificing. This weekend, 1.8 million federal workers missed a paycheck. Their bills are mounting. This weekend, thousands of flights across the country were delayed. And today, air travel is less safe and less dependable. These are the latest consequences of the Schumer shutdown of our nation's government. These are real people, they're feeling real pain, and it didn't have to be this way. Republicans and a few reasonable Democrats have voted 13 times now to reopen the government. We voted to prevent this suffering caused by the Schumer shutdown. Senator Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate voted 13 times against a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution to reopen the government. Democrats voted 13 times against paying our troops. Democrats voted 13 times against paying air traffic controllers. They voted 13 times against TSA agents and having them paid. They voted against paying the Border Patrol time and time again. They voted 13 times against funding food assistance for struggling families. They voted against funding Head Start for young children. Today is day 35 of the Schumer shutdown. And Democrats have now tied the record for the longest shutdown in American history. And for what? That's the question. For what? What have they gained? Have Democrats become more popular? No. They're the weakest that they've been, at the lowest numbers in the past 20 years. Why? Because Americans are paying attention. Americans resent being used by Democrats as political pawns. They hate it. The impact on the economy is dramatic. The Congressional Budget Office, who looked into this, reports that the Schumer shutdown cost our economy as much as $14 billion. Even Democrat supporters in the unions are pleading with the Democrats to open their minds and open the government. The president of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association supports a clean, continuing resolution. He said it. He said this Friday. He said, quote, "It is incredibly unfair, Democrats, incredibly unfair to expect hardworking, patriotic American air traffic controllers and their families to bear the full burden of the shutdown that the Democrats have caused." The president of the Teamsters Union has repeatedly urged Democrats to reopen the government. He said just on Thursday, put the politics aside, get to the table, negotiate a deal, pass a clean CR right now. You know, that's what the American people say. That's what the polls are showing. There's no reason to shut down the government. The government should be open, and we should be negotiating these things. The government shouldn't be shut for any of these reasons. The head of the American Federation of Government Employees said, quote, "Both political parties have made their point," and went on to say, "Time to pass a clean, continuing resolution, end the shutdown today." That's what I've been trying to do. But 13 times the Democrats said, nope, government's staying shut down. This union president went on to say, no half measures, no gamesmanship. It's time for the Democrats to stop playing games. The president of the Southwest Airlines Pilots Association likewise said, quote, "The biggest way to ensure the safety, security, and reliability of our national air traffic control system," he said, "is to pass a clean, continuing resolution." Democrats are going to have a chance again this morning. Major airlines agree. United, Southwest, Delta, American, all of them support immediate passage of a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution. American Airlines was blunt. Quote, "A prolonged shutdown will lead to more delays and cancellations, and the American people, especially during the holiday season, deserve better." I agree. The American people deserve better than what the Democrats have been doing for the last 30-some days, with the longest shutdown now in the history of the country. These are Democrats' allies who are saying these things, supporters, contributors. They're saying enough is enough. These are the people that have supported the Democrats for decades. And the Democrats continue to ignore all of them. Federal workers want to reopen the government. Democrats tell them, nope, no, we know better than you do. They say, well, as a result, the pain continues. We're seeing it today all across the country. Each day, the Democrats grow more radical, more reckless, more extreme in what they're doing by keeping the government shut down while people are suffering, struggling, concerned about their own futures, concerned about their lives. People resent the way they're being treated by the Democrats who continue to shut down the government. And the Democrats have said it. You've heard him say. Senator Schumer stood boldly and proudly said to the press, the first lines out of his mouth in an interview with Punchbowl News was, "Every day gets better for us." That's Chuck Schumer. Every day gets better for us, he said. I don't know who the us is. It's not the people that I talked to in grocery stores in Wyoming or the people that I ran into on the plane flying back here. Not those folks. The House Democrat whip freely admitted, she says, of course there are going to be families that are going to suffer. I guess suffer, she means don't have food to feed the kids. That's what she said. Of course there are going to be families suffering, but it's one of the few leverage times we have. Democrat whip in the House saying people suffering because kids can't eat is leverage for the Democrat Party. This is heartless. It's mean. That's who the Democrat Party has become. Now, Senator Chris Coons of Delaware told a national television audience a week ago, he said, frankly, this is our moment of leverage. He referred to this shutdown as a, quote, unpleasant tool. The tool is the shutdown itself. It's the pain, the uncertainty, the missed paychecks, the mounting bills, the grounded flights, the chaos in American lives, and they call that unpleasant tool that they continue to use. And the American people are suffering as a result. And knowing all of that, we had Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona, who is, of course, testing the waters for a presidential run, been around the country, not hides this from anybody. He declared proudly, he said, I'll just go back and shut it down again. Just think about that. This is a tool that the Democrats are using, causing pain to the American people, and one of their potential candidates for president wants to do it all again. This is just wrong, Mr. President. Look, Democrats have to be seeing the hardship. They have to be hearing the people's voices of the people in pain. But still, one of their standard bearers to lead the country says we're going to do it again. This is a choice by the Democrats. They call the pain the American people are suffering leverage. Look, enough is enough. The American people deserve better. Republicans stand ready to open the government today. We're going to have that vote. We support a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution to reopen the government, to pay our troops, to pay our federal workers, to restore vital services. That's what we ought to be doing. And on this, the Republicans will not budge. The American people have suffered long enough. The Democrats have caused too much suffering. It's time for the Democrats to reopen the government. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Democrat whip.
Mr. President, I'm fortunate to live in a state with some outstanding people in law enforcement. I stand behind the men and women of law enforcement, which includes, of course, our state police, our county officials, and local law enforcement as well. Are they perfect? No, absolutely not. But neither are United States senators. But I find them being held accountable under a system of government which says to the people, you have the last word. And these days, it's pretty clear that many circumstances can be proven by videotape. It's common now for legitimate law enforcement officers to wear a video camera and for the video camera product to become part of the story that ends up destroying lives and holding accountability to all law enforcement involved. That's why what's going on in the state of Illinois now and the city of Chicago is so outrageous. It was several weeks ago when the president announced he was going to send in his own team for two purposes. First, he would send in the National Guard, federalized in Illinois, as well as the National Guard from Texas to bring order to the streets of Chicago. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, and that hasn't happened because the courts have said there's no justification for it. But then he was going to also send in the Department of Homeland Security to go after immigrants. Which immigrants that he targeted? The President of the United States, he said it over and over, every single rally. Rapists, murderers, terrorists, criminally insane. Those are the ones we're going after. So in came the ICE forces. They have changed the circumstances of law enforcement dramatically in the Chicagoland area. The administration calls these ICE agents their dream team. Dream team. Well, I can tell you their dream team's creating a nightmare. They're not seeking terrorists and rapists and murderers. They're going after people who are Hispanic. It is a racist policy, and I use that term advisedly. If you are Hispanic, look Hispanic. If you live in a Hispanic neighborhood, if you happen to be on the street when Hispanics are nearby, you are one of the targets of this ICE operation in Chicago. My critics will say you exaggerate, of course, but I commend to them the lead article in the Chicago Tribune this morning, and let me tell you the story. It's a story of a young woman named Diane Figueroa. This is Diane. Diane is an American citizen. She is a mother of a 5-year-old boy. She works in a law firm in Chicago. And in October, one morning, she was headed to work. She decided to go for a coffee to bring it to work, and then got involved in a scene which is almost impossible to believe, but it was all captured on videotape. And you can be the judge. I commend to those who are following this presentation, look up the lead article in the Chicago Tribune. Look at the actual videotape, what happened to this young woman, this mother of this 5-year-old boy. She tried to drive through the 1600 block of West Hubbard Street on Friday, October 10th. An unmarked vehicle driven by federal agents collided with her as she tried to speed away from a hostile crowd. Multiple videos reviewed by the Tribune show this. That is a direct quote from the newspaper this morning. I watched on that videotape as the ICE vehicle, the unmarked vehicle, crashed in to her car. The Tribune goes on to write, seconds after the crash, agents abruptly stopped their vehicle and exited with weapons in hand pointing at Figueroa. And did I mention she's a United States citizen? Agents then forcibly opened the door and pulled her out of the vehicle by her legs without identifying themselves, presenting a warrant, informing her that she was under arrest. As bystanders yelled, "You hit her. We have it on video." ICE agents ignored the crowd and forced Figueroa into a red minivan and drove away. What if this were not Diane Figueroa, but your mother, your wife, or your daughter, being manhandled by this so-called dream team of ICE agents? You would be outraged, and I commend to you to see the video yourself. The video tells the story of what they did to this woman. The Department of Homeland Security later released a statement claiming that she was actually at fault, saying, quote, she crashed into an unmarked government vehicle and violently resisted arrest, injuring 2 officers. Look at the video for yourself and you'll find out those were lies. That is not the truth in any way whatsoever. So then what happened to her as they took her away in the red minivan? Well, unfortunately, she was transported to multiple undisclosed locations, repeatedly denied contact with family or legal counsel. ICE, the dream team, is making a mockery of the Constitution when it comes to due process, and it was clear in this case. What stunned Diana's mother the most was that despite her daughter being a U.S. citizen, the family couldn't locate her during this period of time. She said no authorities, including the Chicago police, were able to give them clarity on why her daughter was arrested. Her mother said her daughter is a loving mother of a 5-year-old boy and dreams of one day working as a paralegal and has become an aspiring lawyer. Her record, now here's where we've got to level and tell you all the facts. What about the criminal record of Diane Figueroa? Her record shows nothing more than a few minor traffic violations, the Tribune found. Her family started a fundraiser to cover her medical and legal expenses. You see, Diane went through surgery, kidney surgery, in August of this year. As you watch this videotape, as they drag her out of the car, kneel on her body, and hold her on the pavement, you're going to think, what in the world is she doing? Are they doing to her? This situation led to a statement by the Assistant Secretary at Department of Homeland Security, Tricia McLaughlin. She alleged that Figueroa used her vehicle to block in agents honking her horn, and that she struck an unmarked government vehicle as agents were departing. But videotapes don't lie, and unfortunately, we can't say the same for the Assistant Secretary McLaughlin. This is an example of what is happening in the streets of Chicago. To say that you're doing this to capture rapists, murderers, terrorists, and the criminally insane is an insult to this young lady who was simply going to work that morning when the ICE vehicle ran into her. She was arrested, detained for hours, luckily was finally released with no charges filed against her. That is what's happening in the city of Chicago in the name of making it safer. It is not making it safer. It's making a mockery of the Constitution. I've been returning every weekend to the Chicagoland area to go to these neighborhoods where this is occurring and meet with the people who live there. They're living in mortal fear. Fear that if you happen to go to the grocery store, you're going to be stopped and asked to prove that you're American. And if you can't prove you're American, you can disappear, literally disappear, taken into the system in a place called Broadview, a nearby suburb, and detained for periods of time that no one knows in advance what they may be. This is not a situation where the normal law enforcement in Illinois is held to standards in terms of arrest warrants and the procedure that happens in arrest. This is literally taking people off the streets, dragging them out of cars, just like this young lady, and taking them into detention for hours at a time with no contact, legal counsel, or family or location. This is the type of thing that is outrageous in the name of making America safer. It makes a mockery of our Constitution. I'm sorry for what happened to this young lady, but I hope her story will convince others to carefully watch what the so-called Dream Team is doing in the state of Illinois. And I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator of South Carolina.
are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
I'd ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote occur immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Budd, Crapo, Ernst, Graham, Husted, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan. Mr. Hoven, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Coons, Kane, Kelly, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Schiff, Schumer, Warren. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Britt, aye.
To this one?
Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Reed, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn in, not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. This year, 2025, this year marks 50 years since the end of the Vietnam War. As we should reflect on this conflict's history and the impact it had on our nation, we should pause to recognize the service and sacrifice of the brave Americans who went halfway around the world in defense of democracy and remember those who never made the trip home. From 1955 to 1975, more than 10 million members of the United States Armed Forces fought to support the cause of freedom in South Vietnam. Throughout the conflict, 58,281 of those service members lost their lives. More than 300,000 were wounded, and an additional 1,545 service members are still missing and unaccounted for. Here in our nation's capital, as we know, there's a memorial dedicated to those who served in Vietnam, a wall with the name of every American soldier who made the ultimate sacrifice during their service. I was there last week with an honor flight of Kansans who came to pay their respects and to remember their own service. The names of 626 Kansans are on that wall, each a son, a brother, a spouse, a friend, individuals who did not make it home. In Kansas, many communities have set up memorials to recognize their hometown heroes and hundreds of Kansans who died serving in the Vietnam War. From the Rooks County Memorial at the local courthouse in my home county to the Vietnam Wall in Pittsburgh State campus in the eastern part of our state, Kansans have made it their mission to never forget those who've served. I want to recognize especially two Kansans, Marine Corps Sergeant Timmy Miller and Army Private First Class Charles Atchison, two young men who grew up near my hometown in Rooks County, Kansas, and whose names are forever etched on that wall. At the young ages of 21 and 20, Timmy and Charles answered the call to serve and paid the ultimate sacrifice for our nation's freedom. Their names and every name that appears on the wall represents a life that was lost, a family that was forever changed, and a story that should never, never be forgotten. As we now approach Veterans Day, we are reminded of our nation's commitment to honor those who have served in the nation's armed forces and to make certain that their legacy is never forgotten. In 1970s, when I was a high school student, in 1972, if you graduated a year earlier than I, or graduated certainly 2 years earlier than I did, you served in Vietnam. By the circumstance of my birthday, I did not. But what I did see was Vietnam veterans not treated with dignity and respect, the dignity and respect that they deserved when they returned home from their service. Their service earned our nation's lasting gratitude, and we should strive to honor our nation's heroes and the sacrifices they made. I, as a 16-year-old kid, made a decision, a commitment to myself, that I was going to try to compensate for the poor behavior that was extended to those who did nothing less and a lot more than just serve their country. I made a commitment that I was always going to say thank you and that I respect you. I never envisioned being a member of Congress, and now as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, I recognize that our responsibilities are more than to say thank you or I respect you. It's to make certain that every veteran is respected and gratitude expressed, but more than that, to make certain that the services that they provided for our nation and the freedoms they fought for are recognized in what we do in keeping our promises that were made to them for their service. I have met many Vietnam War service members and veterans, and their stories remind me that service does not end when they hang up their uniform. We have an obligation to make certain that their well-being is the forefront of our efforts, and that the promises made are promises kept. In Kansas and across the country, our Vietnam veterans are still serving, leading local businesses, volunteering at the VA and other veteran service organizations, and assisting the next generation of veterans as they transition into life after service. These veterans continue to give back to their communities and the country they served. Again, with Veterans Day around the corner, we are also reminded of the importance of keeping those promises to our heroes, whether that means access to quality health care, support for mental health challenges, or recognition of the lasting damage exposure to Agent Orange has had on those who served, even after they return home. I've had the opportunity to work closely with the Vietnam Veterans of America, a veteran service organization that works to support and promote issues faced by veterans of Vietnam. Their advocacy has been critical in supporting veterans' issues and passing legislation that improves the lives of our veterans. In 2022, Congress passed the PACT Act, legislation that was years in the making to help improve care for our nation's veterans who were negatively impacted by toxic exposure during their service. Since that bill became law, the Department of Veterans Affairs has completed more than 6.4 million toxic exposure health screenings, processed more than 2.7 million PACT Act-related claims, and enrolled more than 700,000 veterans in health care. We've made progress, a great deal of progress, but there is still much more work to be done to care and honor our Vietnam veterans. I was able to learn firsthand from the Vietnam veterans that I saw at the wall last week about their service, their time in Vietnam, their time in the theater, their time at home, their return, their opportunity now to come pay respects to those who lost their lives during their service. We were able to see firsthand the memorial built to honor them and to those who served alongside them. I've told this story before. Before the World War II memorial was completed, I wandered up there and found the Kansas pillar and called my dad at home a World War II veteran. I left a voicemail. I was lucky. My dad didn't pick up the phone, but I left him a voicemail in Plainville, Kansas, our hometown, where I said, "Dad, I'm at the World War II memorial. This memorial was built in your honor. And Dad, I want you to know that I respect you. I thank you for your service, and Dad, I love you." Walking back to my office on Capitol Hill, my cell phone rang. It was my dad who said, "Gerald, you left me a voicemail, but I couldn't understand it. Would you repeat it?" I no longer can repeat it to my own father. But today, I say what I said to my dad then. I say to those who served our nation in Vietnam, who served our country in that tumultuous period of time. I say it to them. Thank you. We respect your service, and we love you. These men are heroes. These women are heroes, and we will never forget them or their service. To all those who served in Vietnam, we respect you. We thank you for your service. We love you, and welcome home. Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled recess begin immediately.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you on this beautiful fall afternoon. We are now on day 35 of the Democrat government shutdown. The Democrats' obstructionism will break the record for the longest government shutdown in American history tonight. The Democrats are intentionally hurting and it's a total disgrace. This past weekend, Americans traveling to weddings, funerals, vacations, and meetings faced significant flight disruptions at airports across the country because of staffing shortages. On Sunday alone, more than 5,000 flights traveling to and from U.S. airports were delayed. Since the Democrat shutdown began, 4 times as many staffing shortages have been reported hours in line. At nearby William P. Hobby Airport in Texas, security wait times are routinely exceeding 1 hour. More than 13,000 air traffic controllers are continuing to work without pay. Because of the Democrats, these men and women who keep our airspace safe and moving will miss a second paycheck in a row this Friday if Democrats refuse to open the government. Let me be clear to our incredible air traffic controllers across the country. President Trump and Republicans want you to get your paychecks. They want you to be paid. Please call on your Democrat senators and tell them to side with President Trump and Republicans to vote to reopen the government. Our nation's 4 largest airlines, United, Delta, American, and Southwest, have now all endorsed the Republican, nonpartisan, clean funding bill to end the government shutdown. Major unions, collectively representing tens of thousands of pilots, have also joined the airlines in calling on Democrats to pass the clean, nonpartisan CR. The travel industry is also imploring Democrats to end the shutdown and reopen the government. Nearly 500 companies and groups in the travel business, including casinos, hotels, and convention bureaus, signed a public letter warning that America's travel economy has already lost $4 billion due to this Democrat shutdown, and they have called for the Republican CR to be passed, saying Americans expect and deserve a fully functioning federal government during the peak holiday travel season. Never before have we seen private industry and union leadership so unified on the same issue, rallying behind Republicans in such a vocal way. The Democrats have completely lost the plot. They are endangering the safety, prosperity, and livelihoods of millions of Americans. It's well past time Democrats do what they did 13 times under Joe Biden and pass the clean funding bill extension. All we need are 5 Democrat senators to put country over party and vote to end this reckless shutdown. In other news, tomorrow will mark the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's historic election victory, where he won nearly 80 million votes, the popular vote, in all 7 swing states. This was the ultimate poll on November 5th. The president secured a mandate to make America great again, and he has delivered in record time. Never before have we had a president who has kept their promises like President Trump has. I'd like to go over a few of those with you. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security to put more money back into the pockets of the American people. The president ended the southern border invasion of the Biden administration, made our border the most secure in history, and he is carrying out the largest mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens in our nation's history to protect our homeland, just as promised. President Trump has aggressively taken on drug cartels by declaring them as foreign terrorist organizations and even blowing up narco-terrorists who have tried to poison the American people with fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. President Trump defeated the Biden inflation crisis, and he continues to implement a pro-growth, America First economic agenda to make America affordable again, and we are seeing the results of that every day. Inflation has remained low and steady, averaging just 2.5% compared to the painful average of 5% under Biden, and we know it was historically higher than that for most of President Biden's term. Meanwhile, real private sector wages are on track to rise by almost $1,500 since President Trump took office, a significant change to the Biden years where private sector wages declined and were being wiped out by inflation. President Trump has ended the reckless war on American energy and unleashed energy dominance, with gas prices now plummeting to their lowest average levels in more than 4 years. President Trump implemented powerful tariffs to rebalance America's trade deals, protect American workers, and returning our country to be a manufacturing superpower once again. As a result, the president has secured trillions and trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments into the United States, which are creating high-paying jobs for the greatest workforce in the world. The president has restored America's place as the leader of the free world through his unwavering peace through strength foreign policy that has already ended 8 wars and counting. And the president ended illegal DEI initiatives in our federal government and is returning our country to a merit-based society based on common sense. President Trump protected opportunities for women and girls to compete safely and fairly by continuing to keep men out of women's sports. Americans have a president who works tirelessly, literally 24/7, to improve their lives and make our country better than it has ever been before. So with that, today we will open it up to questions, and we will start with our independent journalist in our new media seat, Julio Rosas. Julio, please start. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So over the weekend in Mexico, a mayor in Michoacan, Carlos Manso, he was assassinated while celebrating Dia de Muertos with his family. His assassination has sparked a lot of outrage. A lot of Mexicans are very upset. They're blaming President Claudia Sheinbaum for not taking the cartel threat seriously enough. Yesterday, she said that, once again, she's not going to allow any foreign military intervention to take on the cartels on Mexican soil, and that Mexico is not going to pursue a drug war similar to what they've done in the past. So my question is President Trump satisfied with Claudia Sheinbaum's approach to cartels? And if not, has Manso's assassination kind of opened up some new options for the United States to pursue regarding cartels?
Well, first of all, with respect to this specific news item and this alleged assassination that took place in Mexico, I know the Trump administration, we are aware of that, and of course we condemn all political violence anywhere in all forms. As for Claudia Sheinbaum and the president's relationship with her, I think he has a lot of respect for her as president of Mexico, and he also really appreciates the coordination that she has provided to the Trump administration. I can't speak for her and what she's doing internally in her country. I can speak for the president in saying we are continually pushing Mexico to do more to tackle the drug trafficking and the drug cartels within their country, and we are working with them in any way that we can. And the president has obviously used the full range of executive options in his authorities to crack down on drug trafficking at our southern border and to designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and additional actions as well.
Just one more question.
Sure.
So at the Antifa roundtable that we were at just last month, myself and the other panelists made the recommendation to the president for, speaking of foreign terrorist organizations, to have Antifa not just be a domestic terrorist organization, but be designated as a foreign terrorist organization since they have cells in other countries. He mentioned to Secretary Rubio, because he was in the room at the time, to look into that. So I just wanted to see if there's an update on that.
Sure. That process is most definitely taking place. I don't have any announcements for you on that today, but I can certainly assure you the administration is working on it, and I'll check in on it and get back to you, Julio. It's a good question. Thank you very much. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Zohran Mamdani blamed the president for bomb threats and intimidation at polling locations. He said, quote, part of the general approach of the Trump administration has taken to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I saw those comments from Mamdani. I think they are completely irresponsible, and they are based on zero evidence. And I think this is just another example of how the Democrat Party unfortunately stands for nothing. All they stand against is President Donald Trump. And I think it's quite sad to see that we have someone at the top of the ticket on an election day today saying such things about the president when he obviously had absolutely nothing to do with those threats.
And on the shutdown, Democrats have been pretty quiet about the president's push for the nuclear option, terminating the filibuster. Is there any concern around here that Democrats might actually want Republicans to get rid of the filibuster so that one day, when they're in power again, the door's already open for them to pack the Supreme Court, give statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico, make mail-in balloting permanent, those kinds of things?
I think the president has been very realistic and strong in his position on the filibuster. He's been very vocal about it. I just spoke to him about it. He feels really strongly about this. Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels. And we know that Democrats, if they are ever given a chance at power again in this city, they will absolutely take away the filibuster from the United States Senate. In fact, you had 49 Democrats who already voted to do this before. The only reason it did not move forward was because you had 2 Democrats who are no longer in office because they were run out of town by the far left radical base of their party. And so President Trump is quite clear on this. He wants to see Republicans move as many good pieces of legislation for our country forward in the next 3 years of his administration as they possibly can, and the filibuster is one means to doing that.
Talk to Johnson and Thune about it. I know that they had both voiced some opposition. Have there been any conversations with them?
He has. He's made his position to them very clear, both publicly and privately. Ouija.
Can you help clear up some confusion about SNAP benefits? Because the president just posted that they will only be given out when the radical left Democrats open the government and not before. But just yesterday, the administration said it would comply with the court order to expend the full amount of SNAP contingency funds by end of business day yesterday. So did the administration distribute that money or defy that court order?
No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future, and that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post. So the Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment in the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP. But it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who need food, who need this assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door. So if you are at home and you want your SNAP benefits, call the Democrats and tell them to reopen the government.
Blocking that contingency fund for the future if this shutdown lingers on?
Look, the president does not want to have to continue to dip into a contingency fund that doesn't even have enough money, by the way, to fund the full program. It takes $9 billion to get the full scale of the benefits out the door. This contingency fund only has about $5 billion in it. So again, Democrats need to reopen the government so we can get these benefits out the door for people who truly need them. Kate.
Thanks.
The president suggested that if Mamdani wins, that he would cut federal funding to New York. How much funding would be impacted? What would be impacted there?
Well, look, we won't get ahead of the election results, nor will I speak to what the president may do in the future. We'll see how tonight goes, and then I'll let him speak on it further.
And why did the administration exclude Democratic lawmakers last week? There was a briefing about U.S. strikes on alleged drug trafficking votes. Why were those Democrats excluded?
The administration has briefed Congress on these matters 8 separate times, and Democrats have been included in those briefings. In fact, I know that Secretary Rubio will be on Capitol Hill tomorrow to brief the Gang of 12, which includes Democrats as well. So the president's made it very clear. If senators want to understand the administration's operations against narco drug traffickers, we are very happy to speak with them about that, and we will continue to do so. But we've been incredibly transparent. As I said, there's been 8 briefings on this topic, with the 9th coming tomorrow. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. There's been some reporting out there about the possibility of furloughed workers not getting back pay. We know that the president signed that bill into law in his first term. Does the administration guarantee that all furloughed workers will get back pay?
This is something we are very much open to discussing with Democrats as part of the discussions about the continuing resolution to keep the government open, and it's something that Republicans are talking with Democrats about right now. I won't get ahead of those negotiations or discussions.
That's a possibility that may not happen, even though it's law.
I just said Republicans in the White House are very much open to discussing this with Democrats.
And just one last question. As this government shutdown now drags on, about to make history as the longest government shutdown in American history, can you talk about what the president is personally doing to try to see an end to this?
He's pushing Republicans to keep voting and to keep opening up the Senate floor to vote for the clean continuing resolution. He had the Senate Majority Leader and the House Caucus Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, here at the White House to talk about this in the very early stages, to give them a chance to come to their senses and avoid this entire government shutdown at the very beginning. And they chose not to. And I think it's been very clear to everyone in this room and to everyone across the country that the Democrats are playing partisan politics with our United States federal government. And all Republicans have wanted to do for the last 35 days is reopen the government. That has been the president's position since day one. It is his position today on day 35. And all we need are 5 common sense Democrats with have a little bit of courage and come to the table and vote with Republicans. I saw Senator John Fetterman on television last night saying that he hopes more folks in his party will step up. And we certainly agree with him on that point. Sure.
Caroline, the president posted on True Social that the voting underway in California is, quote, rigged. What evidence does he have of that, and what does it mean that mail-in ballots in that state are under legal and criminal review? By whom and why? And also, in this vein, does the White House still plan to issue an executive order banning mail-in voting, and what legal authority do you have to do that?
The White House is working on an executive order to strengthen our elections in this country and to ensure that there cannot be blatant fraud, as we've seen in California with their universal mail-in voting system. It's absolutely true that there's fraud in California's elections. It's just a fact. It is just a fact. They have a universal mail-in voting system, which we know is ripe for fraud. And if you want to deny that, I'm happy to provide you all of the evidence for it. I'd be glad to send that to you after this briefing.
Rigged.
Fraudulent ballots that are being mailed in the names of other people, in the names of illegal aliens who shouldn't be voting in American elections. There's countless examples, and we'd be happy to provide them. As for executive action the White House is taking, yes, we are looking into that. And like any executive order, of course, any executive order the president signs is within his full executive authority and within the confines of the law. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got 2 questions I'd like to ask you about New York, but first I'd like to ask you about breaking news from the Attorney General. She revealed just about an hour ago that the Biden Justice Department seized President Trump's official first-term phone and subpoenaed his private phone records. Do you have a reaction to that? And also, do we know if they actually got those private call records?
I saw the Attorney General's post on that. For additional questions, I would refer you to the Department of Justice, but I think this is just further evidence of the egregious overreach and weaponization of government that took place under the previous White House against then former President and now President Donald J. Trump. It was a clear effort by the Biden White House and the Biden DOJ to go after the president, and this is just further evidence of that.
On New York, we've seen the president's messages that he's put out, but could you describe how he's feeling as a New Yorker watching this election?
Well, the president is a New Yorker and he loves New York. It is his home. He talks about that all of the time, and he's made his thoughts on this election quite clear, I think, himself. In the back, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports.
I was going to you in the green, but go ahead and then you can have your question.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports that President Trump was due to host President of Syria, Ahmed SHR, on Monday. Do you have any preview for that meeting? Is he expected to invite him to join the U.S.-led anti-ISIS coalition?
I can confirm that that meeting will be taking place here at the White House on Monday, and this is part of the president's efforts in diplomacy to meet with anyone around the world in the pursuit of peace. And as you know, when the president was in the Middle East, he made the historic decision to lift sanctions on Syria to give them a real chance at peace. And I think the administration, we've seen good progress on that front under their new leadership. And so he will be here at the White House on Monday, and I'll let the president speak further on it on Monday. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I was just curious, you had mentioned there that President Trump, as we know, has been speaking with Republican leaders in Congress about reopening the government. Is he involved in any other negotiations? And is he prepared to sign something if a deal does come out by the end of this week? On top of that, with SNAP benefits, does he have any authorities or considering any authority there to release more funds to help people who are desperately needing
these benefits? So look, I think I've already answered the question on SNAP. We're complying with the court's order and we're getting that partial payment out the door as much as we can and as quickly as we can, but it's going to take some time because again, this is a prorated payment that we're tapping into a contingency fund for. The best way to get those payments out the door is for Democrats to reopen the government. But yes, the president is in constant communication with his friends on Capitol Hill. They know, they call, he answers, he picks up the phone. He's a very transparent president in that way. And as soon as the Democrats pass the clean continuing resolution, President Trump will be here to sign it. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump has threatened to go into Nigeria guns a-blazing if Nigeria's government does not stop the killing of Christians in that country. Has the White House heard back from Nigeria's government on this threat?
As the president stated, Michael, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the United States will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may take action to wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities, especially against innocent women and children. I don't have any further announcements on that for you today, but I can assure you the President of the United States is watching this situation unfold very closely, as is our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Caroline, President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo in New York City's mayoral race. He has not by name endorsed Winsome Sears in Virginia's gubernatorial race. Why is that?
Look, as you know from this podium, I'm quite limited in what I can say with regards to ongoing political elections. I think the president has spoken for himself and what he wants to see take place in these elections today. Lalit.
Thank you. I would like to ask you about India-US citizenship. What is President's thoughts on the future of India-US citizenship?
I'm sorry, Lalit, can you repeat that?
What is President's thoughts on future of India-US relationship?
I think he feels very positive and strongly about it. As you know, he recently, a few weeks back, spoke to Prime Minister directly when he celebrated in the Oval Office Diwali with many high-ranking Indian American officials here at the White House. We have a great U.S. ambassador to India in Mr. Sergio Gore, who will represent our country very well. And the president and his trade team continue to be in very serious discussions with India with respect to that topic. So I know the president has great respect for Prime Minister Modi, and they speak pretty frequently. Thank you.
Hi, yes. The air traffic controller crisis ongoing. Secretary Duffy said he will now start to cancel and ground flights next week to maintain safety. Should people fly next week given this new information, and is the administration encouraging people to stop flying altogether and look at alternative transportation modes?
The administration is encouraging Democrats to reopen the federal government so this chaos and disruption to our air traffic control system in the United States of America stops. It is ridiculous that we have even gotten to this place and that the Democrats have continued to shut down the government with 35 days, our air traffic controllers continuing to work unpaid, every single major airline in our country coming out and begging the Democrats to please reopen the government. And you had a Democrat staffer who was quoted, I believe in Politico a few weeks back, saying, short of planes falling out of the sky, we are not going to reopen the government. That is a reckless and dangerous statement from someone who didn't want to put their name on that statement, but we know it came from the Democrat Party, and I think we're very clear. We want to reopen the government so we can resume travel in the safest and most efficient way possible, especially as we head into the busiest travel season of the month. We have Thanksgiving in a few weeks, and so Americans across the country need to make it very clear to their Democrat representatives that we want this government to be reopened so we can resume safe and efficient travel. Fran.
Thanks, Caroline. As of last I checked, the president still had not commented on the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Is the White House involved in funeral arrangements in any way? Does the president plan to speak at the funeral? Has he spoken to anyone in the Cheney family today? And does the White House have an opinion on whether or not the former vice president should lie in honor or state in the Capitol?
I don't believe the White House is involved in that planning, or at least hasn't gotten to it yet. I know the president is aware of the former vice president's passing, and as you saw, flags have been lowered to half staff in accordance with statutory law. Jasmine.
Thank you. Back on the question of the filibuster, how much political capital is President Trump willing to expend
to get Republicans to do what he's asking? I mean, will we see him at the Hill? Will he be calling folks over here? What exactly is President Trump planning to do outside of these true socials and maybe some of these private conversations to get Republicans to fall in line?
Look, I think you'll see. I think you'll see the president continue to engage very strongly and consistently with his friends on Capitol Hill. I don't have any meetings to read out for you at this time, but I think you should stay tuned and keep your eyes on Truth Social on this matter. The president's making his position on it quite clear. And again, he is right. Republicans need to play tough. We know that this is what the Democrats will do if they are ever given the keys to power again. And he wants to pass as many good pieces of legislation as we possibly can for our country and for our people. That includes election integrity reforms. It includes additional tax policy. It includes, fixing our immigration system further in ways that only Congress can. And the president fears with a Democrat Party that is so radical and opposes everything he does and everything he says, this is the only option for Republicans to move forward. Karen.
In a second question, President Trump said to CBS in the 60 Minutes interview that he did not know the Binance founder, which he pardoned. What exactly did he mean for that? I know it caused
He
a
means
bunch
he
of
does not know him personally. He means he does not have a personal relationship with this individual. And when it comes to pardons, the White House takes them with the utmost seriousness, and the president understands the responsibility that he has as president to issue clemency and issue pardons to individuals who are seeking that. That's why we have a very thorough review process here that moves with the Department of Justice and the White House counsel's office. There's a whole team of qualified lawyers who look at every single pardon request that ultimately make their way up to the President of the United States. He's the ultimate final decision maker. And he was very clear when he came into office that he was most interested in looking at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon. Karen, yes.
Back on the issue of back pay for furloughed workers, you said that the White House is open to discussing that with Democrats, but what would that discussion even be? There was a law, the president signed it in 2019. What could a discussion look like? Why is that even open for discussion?
Look, Karen, as I said, Republicans are talking about that with Democrats right now, and I don't want to get in the middle of those sensitive conversations. But as we've complied with the SNAP order, the White House, the administration is always going to comply with the laws. We're always going to comply with the ruling of judges across the country. But the Republicans are discussing this matter with Democrats right now.
Why would there even be a consideration of not paying those workers?
Tom Dempsey with News Nation. Big day in the Supreme Court tomorrow with President Trump's tariff policy facing a legal challenge. What's at stake with that case? And if the Supreme Court rules against the Trump administration, what is Plan B for trade policy?
I'll tell you, the White House is always preparing for Plan B. It would be imprudent of the president's advisors not to prepare for such a situation. With that said, we are 100% confident in the president and his team's legal argument in the merits of the law in this case, and we remain optimistic that the Supreme Court is going to do the right thing. The importance of this case cannot be overstated. The president must have the emergency authority to utilize tariffs. Look at what President Trump has been able to do with the leverage and the power of tariffs. He's been able to sign peace deals all over the world and end global conflicts and literally save lives. He's been able to bring in trillions of dollars of investments into our country. In fact, this year alone, we are going to cut the deficit by $600 billion, namely because of the president's effective use of tariffs. And the president strongly believes that economic security is a matter of national security, and tariffs have a lot to do with that. And this case is not just about President Trump. It's about the use of this emergency authorization for tariffs for future presidents and administrations to come, and we're confident and hopeful that the Supreme Court will do the right thing. Kristen.
Why did President Trump get an MRI during his recent visit to Wall Street?
Look, as President Trump said, he would inquire with the physicians. I'll check back on that. But as the physical itself stated, Kristen, and as you all know because you were all witness to it every single day, the president is in optimal physical health. This was a follow-up appointment, and we provided a detailed readout of that physical. I'm happy to give it to you again, and I can inquire further.
With all due respect, an MRI is a very specific procedure. It's done on a part of the body looking for something specific, so it's not generally part of any kind of routine checkup. And in addition, President Trump has said that he wants to be transparent. He told us to ask the doctors, which we have and have not heard back. Why don't we have more information on this?
As I said, I'll check back for you. Go ahead.
Karen, can you update us on the mediation efforts this administration is leading in Sudan, trying to achieve a ceasefire there?
Sure, yes. The United States is actively engaged in efforts to bring about a peaceful resolution to the terrible conflict in Sudan. We remain committed to working with our international partners, including Quad members, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, as well as others, to lead a negotiated peace process that addresses both the immediate humanitarian crisis and the longer-term political challenges. I actually spoke with Secretary Rubio about this morning, as of course there's been, kind of an uptick in recent reporting on the matter, and he assured me that the administration is very much engaged. We're in pretty frequent communication with those Arab partners that I just mentioned, and we want to see this conflict come to a peaceful end, just as we have with so many others, but the reality is it's a very complicated situation on the ground right now. Yes.
Hi, yes. Just trying to go back into the subject of Mexico. Is the Trump administration planning to send U.S. troops to Mexico to combat drug cartels, as reported by other outlets?
That's not something I would confirm from this podium if it were happening, so I will not comment on that. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. Why did the president decide not to go to the Supreme Court tomorrow? He'd indicated earlier that he might want to go and attend in person.
Yeah.
And now he's saying he's not going to go. Why?
The president did have an interest in attending the Supreme Court hearing tomorrow, as I just expressed how important it is to him, the administration, and the country, this case. But he is traveling to Miami tomorrow, as you all know, to give an economic address with the mayor of Miami and many global business leaders to talk about his historic success with the economy over the past 10 months and talk about sort of where we are headed as a country in terms of our economy. So he'll be traveling tomorrow on the road in Miami. That's why he won't be here, but Secretary Scott Bessent will be in attendance at the hearing tomorrow at the request of the president.
He has said that he doesn't want to export the high-end NVIDIA chips to China, but the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that there was some question about whether the president would raise this as a possible concession with the Chinese side during his meeting with Xi Jinping. So does the White House consider NVIDIA chip exports to China to be a closed issue right now, or is this an ongoing negotiation between the United States, China, and NVIDIA at this point?
The president has made his position on this very clear, both to the Chinese and also to all of you. He's answered this question directly. As for the most advanced chips, the Blackwell chip, that's not something we're interested in selling to China at this time. Annie.
Does the president think that the results of the Virginia or New Jersey gubernatorial races tomorrow, or statewide races tomorrow, will in any way reflect a voter sentiment towards his administration?
Look, Annie, I'm not at liberty to talk about the election results, and I certainly won't get ahead of them. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals that may or may not happen tonight. We'll have to watch and see. And I'm sure you'll hear directly from the president tomorrow on that point.
Quickly on SNAP, just really quickly, is there anything that prompted the president's tweet this morning? Because it did seem quite different from some of his other communications about SNAP. It seemed a little bit out of the left field. I'm just wondering if he had a conversation or if there's anything you're aware of that caused him to decide to, at around 11 o'clock, to send out that message.
Look, the president is constantly well read on the news, as you know, and he is very much aware we are in day 35 of a government shutdown in which these SNAP benefits, we're pushing them out the door. USDA put out that guidance to the states this morning. The president was aware of that, and he wants to make it very clear that these benefits are in jeopardy because of the Democrats, and they should just open the government so that we can continue getting these funds out the door in an easier and more efficient way.
There's some new reporting that just dropped a few minutes ago that the Trump administration is negotiating with the makers of Ozempic to sell some weight loss drugs for $149 a month. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Do you have any more information on that? Can you confirm that?
I think the president has said himself in previous Most Favored Nations announcements that this is something that the administration has been engaged in and looking into. I won't get ahead of the president on any future announcements, but I will echo his strong commitment to bringing down drug prices in this country. And you've heard it directly from Secretary Kennedy and Dr. Marty McCary and his entire Health and Human Services team, how committed the president is to bringing down the cost of drugs, and we're working with pharmaceutical companies to do that every day.
Very quickly, Carolyn, on SNAP. I know it's been asked, and I know Weege asked it, but I want to put a fine point on it. You talked about the president's post here, and he wrote that SNAP benefits will only be given when radical left Democrats open up the government. I understand your previous answers, but as written, how would that not violate a court order as it's written?
I've now answered this question several times, Gabe. We are complying with the court's order. We are getting the payments out the door as quickly as we can. USDA sent the guidance to the state. The president is referring to future SNAP payments. He does not want to have to keep tapping in to an emergency fund and depleting it. In the case of a catastrophe in this country, he wants to have those funds preserved, as they should be. And he's made it very clear Democrats should reopen the government. I have one final positive note for all of you. I told you I would keep you posted when the White House would resume public tours. Well, I'm pleased to announce the Office of the First Lady has reopened the doors for public tours on Tuesday, December 2nd. There will be an updated route, of course, for guests in light of the ballroom construction that's taking place, but we very much look forward to celebrating the holiday season. And the public and members of Congress and anyone who wants to come visit the First Lady's beautiful decorations is welcome to go to whitehouse.gov/visit to sign up for a tour. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to be in this beautiful Oval Office. It never looked so nice. We're getting great compliments, and you see outside how that's come out. It's been great. We make a lot of
The Senate will come to order. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Joshua D. Dunlap of Maine to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit.
Is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Ranks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Britt, Cornyn, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, McCormick, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, and Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Coons, Fetterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Kane, Slotkin, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no.
I would love a dog.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. King. Mr. King. No. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Alsobrooks? Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Justice? Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Padilla? Mr. Padilla, no.
Yep, I am. On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
President,
The Senator from Alabama.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd also ask unanimous consent that the following interns in my office be granted floor privileges until November the 5th, 2025, Grace Dykes and Sims Tosh. Madam President, I'd like to think that my state of Alabama is the most patriotic in the country. We stand for the flag, and we honor those who have made freedom possible. That's why it's no surprise that the first ever Veterans Day celebration was held in Birmingham, Alabama in 1947. World War II veteran Raymond Weeks organized a parade to mark National Veterans Day and continued to do so every year until his death in 1985. It's important to remember all who were willing to sacrifice to keep our country free. That's why every year I come to the Senate floor to recognize some of Alabama's tremendous heroes. Their service did not end when their time in the military did. They have selfishly contributed to their communities long after taking off their military uniforms. Our state is home to nearly 500,000 veterans, including America's oldest living Marine and World War II veteran, my friend, Mr. Roy Drinkard of Cullman, Alabama. After returning home from the war, Roy rolled up his sleeves to help recruit new businesses to Alabama as part of the Flying 50. He founded Drinkard Chevrolet and later led Drinkard Development, helping Cullman thrive in the community that it is today. I was proud to be with Roy earlier this year as he celebrated his 105th birthday. He is still going strong with no signs of slowing down. Roy remains involved in First Baptist Church of Cullman and serves on the Board of Trustees for his alma mater, Troy University. Alabama is also home to Army Master Sergeant Harvey Mathis of Enterprise, Alabama. Harvey said that his legacy of military service can be traced all the way back to the Revolutionary War. He retired from the military in 2000 after almost 25 years of service. Harvey then entered the police academy at the age of 42 so that he could continue to protect and serve as a law enforcement officer. He became a chief investigator where he helped bring those committing crimes against children to justice. Harvey also served as part of the Dale County Sheriff's Department and as police chief for the city of Dadeville during his 15 years in law enforcement. Alabama is grateful for those like Harvey who have answered the call to defend America's greatest evil at home and abroad. As we prepare to commemorate Veterans Day this weekend, I remind us of the quote, "If you want to thank a soldier, be the kind of American worth fighting for." May we all live worthy of the sacrifices made for all of us. To all of our veterans and their families, we say thank you. May God bless you and continue to bless our great country. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks. Colorado.
Are we in a quorum?
We are not. We are.
I ask unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I come to the floor today to celebrate the achievements and the legacy of Chairman Manuel Hart of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Chairman Hart is retiring after a long and remarkably successful career serving the Ute Mountain Ute people. His career spans 27 years on the Tribal Council, including 15 years as chair, and will undoubtedly leave thousands of lives better off. Through his long and storied career, I've had the privilege of working with Chairman Hart, first as governor and now here as a senator. And his efforts have been and continue to be remarkable. Over the last few decades, he charted a path for the Ute Mountain Ute. He struck that delicate balance between preserving and investing in Ute culture and securing more resources by navigating intergovernmental relationships to make sure to deliver to the needs of his community. He championed investing in better water access and improving the tribe's health, safety, and education. Chairman Hart always paired his strong leadership skills with a true entrepreneurial spirit in order to deliver results, to deliver real results. One great example is the new Quiagat Community Academy, which I was lucky enough to visit 2 years ago. We had a wonderful tour, met a lot of the kids, and saw the power of the Ute culture. The Academy connects elementary students to their indigenous language and to their traditional culture, alongside traditional classwork, reading, math. The chairman led this effort to secure federal funding to help this project take flight, to get it set up and to actually make sure it worked. Chairman Hart doesn't just understand the value of investing in our youth, investing in our community, investing in our natural world. He acts on it. I think I lost a page here, but I'm just going to go a little bit off script and just say that in my years in service in Colorado, as a mayor first, but then as a governor, I can think of very few leaders that have been as successful and insightful and as diligent as Chairman Hart. He has always stood up when the time for it called. He has been unshakable in his passion and drive to help the Ute people. I know that his deep commitment and his love for the Ute people, for the Ute community, is not going to end now as he steps down as chairman. He will continue to be a leader in his community and in the state of Colorado. We wish him the very best in his retirement, and we want to make sure to thank him for all his dedication and all his service, not just to the Utes, but to all of Colorado. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I'm very proud to begin.
We are in a quorum call.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm proud to begin a series of speakers and leading off this block of colleagues who are going to talk about an issue that is so much on our minds these days. And actually, healthcare is always on our minds. There's a saying, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And we are all touched at one point or another in our lives by a healthcare challenge, which is a euphemism for some kind of sickness or illness or condition, whether it's ourselves or someone in our family, and inevitably at some point in our lives, ourselves as the victims of a healthcare crisis. It's only a question of when. And so the reason that we have healthcare insurance is because it's only a question of when. We or someone in our family will be struck by an illness that is catastrophic. It is catastrophic in the pain and suffering, the emotional turmoil it can cause, and it's also catastrophic for so many people in the financial impact and sometimes ruin it portends. That is the reason that healthcare costs are the major cause, the predominant cause of bankruptcy in this country. Crushing medical debt is not only crippling to those individuals financially whom it impacts, but to our entire economy. It is a vulnerability to all of us. And that's also why we have insurance, because we know that at one point or another, it's only a question of when in life's great healthcare roulette, we will be impacted and we will have to pay for treatment that may be life-saving. With technology now so advanced, the chances are better than ever of survival and eventually of productivity, but all of it depends on being able to afford it, to pay for it. And that's why we have healthcare insurance. And we also have healthcare insurance because we know that it is only a matter of time, but it is also a matter of emotional fortitude and stability. People can go to bed and sleep at night because they know they have an insurance that will safeguard their nest eggs as well as their health. And we've made advances in this great country. The Affordable Care Act was a major, historic step in the direction of making health care insurance more affordable. And obviously Medicare and Medicaid. We still have a long ways to go in reducing health care costs. Pharmaceutical drugs are still too costly in this country, and the technological advances, as life-saving as they may be, also create costs that seem to be spiraling upward. But for millions and millions of Americans, healthcare insurance is now affordable. Even if their employer doesn't provide it, even if they're not old enough to qualify for Medicare, even if they're not income-wise qualifying for Medicaid, they can buy insurance in a way that makes it affordable. In fact, this weekend, open enrollment began for 2026, and countless families who have health insurance for 2025 are going to the website for Access Health Connecticut, or it may be for Utah, or Indiana, or countless other states across the country, most states, in fact, where this designated time of year, Americans can sign up, adjust, or cancel their health insurance coverage. As of this Saturday in Connecticut, families saw firsthand, literally, the disastrous impact of Republican policies on healthcare insurance costs. It wasn't pretty. What they saw was prices doubling and tripling, and maybe even more in what they had to pay. And a lot of them said to me, a lot meaning more than 10 or 20, I've decided I can't afford it. Literally, they told me over this past weekend, we're talking Saturday and Sunday, I just can't afford health insurance. And what I said to them is, wait, don't walk away from it yet. We may still succeed in making it affordable if we can extend the health care tax credits beyond the end of the year, and you'll know that it will be affordable, and the insurance companies will adjust those rates so that it's affordable. So don't close the door. Don't make an irrevocable decision. These kinds of premium increases should have been a wake-up call. And yet, unfortunately, this administration continues to callously ignore the needs and interests of the American people. Let's make no mistake, let me be very blunt, Republicans control the United States Senate, they control the House of Representatives, they control the White House, and in fact, the Supreme Court. And this healthcare crisis is happening on their watch. It is on them because they refuse to end needless sufferings. In fact, the president, recklessly and cruelly, is weaponizing hunger by stopping SNAP benefits, despite court orders that the administration must use the emergency contingency fund and other revenues, for example, from tariffs, to fund the SNAP benefits. He said no, he won't, even after saying, and I think I'm quoting almost exactly, that he will be honored to follow the court's directive. Magnifying the pain to maximize political pressure. That is what he is doing. But we are standing firm because Americans need healthcare insurance, not at some distant point in the future. They can't afford to get sick on Donald Trump's timetable. They need to deal with sickness in the real world, now, real people suffering. And Americans are being buried by the cost not only of that health care insurance, but what they tell me is the cost of groceries, energy, health care generally, and student loans, rent, so much more. Instead of working with Democrats, President Trump and Republicans have wasted valuable time blocking every single Democratic effort to lower costs for families. And it includes health care insurance. Unfortunately, we don't need to imagine the costs anymore. We don't need to hypothesize. They're no longer abstract. Trump's version of health care is here and now, and it is impacting everyone. So let me just give you some real-life examples that I've been hearing over the last week or so. A 27-year-old living in Hartford, making $65,000 a year, will have health care premiums increase from $375 a month to $558 a month. Now, you may think, well, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot. If you're that 27-year-old living in Hartford, Connecticut, and you're making just $65,000 a year in the capital of our state, and as 27 years old, you believe you're invincible. You have to make that decision, and you kind of figure, you know what? I run 5 miles a day. I stay out until 2 in the morning. I feel good. Sickness can't happen to me until it does. That's a decision, a choice that 27-year-olds are making to not buy that health insurance. And that will increase the cost of health care insurance for everyone, because when that person gets sick, has to go to the emergency room, doesn't have health care insurance, can't cover the debt, it impacts many others as well. That extra $200 a month is $2,400 every year. And it makes a world of difference for that young professional who is contending with the rising cost of living in Hartford or elsewhere, potentially working to pay off student debt, and maybe even considering starting a family. I'll give you another really catastrophic, even preposterous example, but it's real life. A couple in their 60s, living in Fairfield, Connecticut, making $100,000 a year, will go from paying $258, get this, to over $3,000 for the same plan. These are all, by the way, same coverage, same plan, you just pay more. And they're not paying more for additional coverage. No, they're paying over $2,500 more every month because of the Republican health care tax. That's every month. Now, they're at the other end of the spectrum. They have lived a lot of life. They know people get sick. Nobody's invincible. That 27-year-old is in their rear view mirror. They've seen relatives, friends, neighbors, loved ones. What do? Can they afford more than $3,000 a month for the same plan? $2,500 more every month? And chances are they're looking at the end of their earnings period. Now, I could go on about the impacts. I've got plenty of other real-life examples. If you're interested, just give me a call. These cuts will also impact other states, my colleagues in red states, constituents in those red states where people are going to be hit hard. And I'll give you an example from Indiana. There are 350,000 Hoosiers in Indiana enrolled in the ACA marketplace, and over 260,000 families depend on the enhanced premium tax credit to afford their monthly premiums. Without these credits, a family of 4 living in Indianapolis, making $129,000 a year, will go from paying $725 a month for the least expensive option to a staggering $1,347 a month. That's $600 a month more for health care insurance that could be spent on the needs of children, put food on the table, pay for electricity or rent or a mortgage or education. $600 more every month, staggering for a family of four making $129,000 a year. They may well make the decision to take the risk. But that risk will come home to roost at some point for some of those families that may decide to go without it. And if they buy it, they will have to make searing, heart-rending sacrifices to afford it. In North Carolina, over 975,000 people are enrolled in the ACA marketplace, and 96% of them benefit from the enhanced premium tax credit, which is not unusual for there to be more than 90% of everybody enrolled in the ACA marketplace to depend on these tax credit subsidies. In Connecticut, it's 90%. The reason is quite simply that healthcare insurance is made affordable by the tax credits. But without these credits, 888,000 people will see their out-of-pocket premiums double in North Carolina, typical of the United States. Red states, blue states, you know, the one thing about sickness and illness is it doesn't really discriminate based on your political beliefs or your partisan affiliation or the color of your state, red state or blue state. It hits everyone, and it hits everyone hard. A 60-year-old couple living in Raleigh, making $85,000 a year, currently pays $89 for the least expensive plan. Without these credits, they're going to be paying $1,893. That's per month. $1,893. That's nearly $2,000. Again, same plan, same coverage, nothing better, just more money that is charged to people. Republicans know that these increases are going to crush hardworking Americans. It is ludicrous to expect any American enrolled in one of these plans to have the disposable income to keep their coverage. This is not a partisan issue. I can't say it often enough. This is about ensuring that every American, regardless of their zip code or their income level or their partisan affiliation, has access to health insurance coverage they need to guarantee they can live healthy and productive lives. Medicine now can save lives and put people back to work in a way that would have been unimaginable just 5 or 10 years ago. But it is costly. And American families need the insurance and the assurance that health care will be affordable for every one of them. Republicans are choosing to make Connecticut families, Indiana families, North Carolina families, and families across the country pay more for their health care. It's cruel, it's stupid, it's unnecessary. Open enrollment has begun, but it's not too late to enable people to afford health insurance in the way that we as Americans know they need and deserve to be productive and healthy. So I implore my Republican colleagues to listen to their own constituents who are telling them we can't afford these unconscionable, exorbitant health insurance increases. Give us the means to live with the assurance that we will have health care insurance to take care of our kids and our families, do the right thing for the American people, come to the table and reinstate these credits, because we are going to stand strong and stand firm on this side of the aisle, and we are the bulwark against a wave of premium increases that will surely deluge America economically and morally. We will do everything we can to stop it. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Democratic Whip.
I want to thank my colleague, Senator Blumenthal, for organizing this floor block. Thank you very much, Senator, and it's an honor to be part of it. Most people cannot remember what health insurance was like before the Affordable Care Act. But do you remember when you would go out to buy a health insurance plan and they would say, you have any pre-existing conditions? Ever had a surgery? Ever had a broken bone? Any history of cancer? If so, we're going to exclude that coverage in your policy. So you ended up with a health insurance policy that cost a fortune and didn't cover many possibilities that also cost a fortune to be treated. There were many other aspects of health insurance in those days too. Do you know how much mental illness was covered by health insurance? Virtually none. Health insurance did not cover that. Mental illness. Do you know how that was added into Affordable Care Act? 2 senators, Paul Wellstone of Minnesota and Peter Domenici of New Mexico, insisted on a provision that said all health insurance plans will cover mental illness and addiction. Thank goodness they included those things, because addiction became a major problem across America with the opioid crisis. In addition, there was a question, what am I going to do with my kids who are going to college? Are they still covered by my family health insurance plan? And in most instances, the answer was no. Your child coming out of college, happy, looking forward to his great future, had no health insurance coverage if they couldn't find a job. We changed that. I think it goes to age 26 now for families that are still covered by the family plan. The things I've just described to you are considered common to health insurance plans. They were not before the Affordable Care Act. You know how many Republican votes there were for Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act in its day? None. None. Not one. We passed it because we happened to have 60 votes in the Senate. I was one of them. Proud of it. One of the most important things I ever voted on. And what have the Republicans been doing ever since? Trying to figure out a way to rescind the Affordable Care Act and all the protections I just mentioned. They want to go back to the good old days when you couldn't buy health insurance coverage, couldn't afford it, when a lot of things that families deal with on a regular basis just weren't covered by health insurance. They tried in Trump's first term, and I remember it, and I'll bet you do too, Senator. John McCain of Arizona was a deciding vote, and it was 2:30 in the morning, and he walked into the well of the Senate, stood there, and couldn't raise his arm because he had it broken when he was a POW, but he got it up a little bit, and he voted no. And his vote saved Affordable Care Act from Trump in his first term trying to get rid of it. Now they're back again. And this time they're assaulting the cost of health insurance premiums for families. And that's why this gathering on the floor is so important and so timely. All across the United States, families in Illinois and Connecticut and other states are getting notices of the new premiums as of the first of the year. And it's stunning. I'll talk about a few of them that I found in my state of Illinois. This issue of affordability is on the minds of my constituents. You talk about the cost of living, you talk about inflation, you talk about budget, hold on to your hats. The next time you go to the mailbox, there may be a notice, if you're one of the 500,000 people in Illinois on the Affordable Care Act, of the increases in premiums the first of the year. Last week, we learned from the Department of Insurance in Illinois that Illinois residents can expect to see a nearly 80% average cost increase for their Affordable Care Act health plans. 80%, virtually doubling it. That's in the northern part of the state, tripling it in the southern part of the state, tripling your current health insurance premiums. Why? Because Republicans in Congress refuse to sit down with any Democrats and negotiate an extension of a crucial policy that helps tens of millions of Americans afford their health insurance. Since last week's announcement of the 2026 insurance premiums, I've gotten regular soundings from my constituents. Karen lives in the suburbs of Chicago, and she wrote to me and said, I am in absolute disbelief about the increase in my ACA insurance plan. And as I mentioned, 500,000 people in my state currently are covered by these plans. She writes, I worked hard all my life and can't believe they'll not be able, at age 62, to afford to go from $565 a month to $1,600 a month for health insurance, triple the amount she's currently paying. Karen concluded with this heartbreaking note. Please fight for those of us who will lose access to health insurance. I have a young grandchild and another one on the way. I want to be able to see them grow. She's not alone. Families in Illinois will pay an additional $2,500 on average for their health insurance next year. That's an extra $200 a month. But for some, especially in rural areas, it may triple instead of double. Families in Jackson County, now that's in deep southern Illinois. That's where you find Southern Illinois University at Carbondale. Families in Jackson County will see their monthly premiums increase from $122 a month to $458 a month. That's $4,000 more per year for health insurance premiums. And that isn't all. Families in Effingham County, which is a little bit north of Jackson County, will see their monthly premiums increase from $185 a month to a staggering $1,000 plus a month, an annual increase of $10,000 for families living in these small towns. It's not just the families in my state that are going to struggle. I look to Missouri. I grew up in East St. Louis across the river from that state, and people there are asking the same questions. Can I afford health insurance anymore? In Missouri, 383,000 people rely on ACA's enhanced premium tax credits to afford their health insurance. I don't know why the Republican senators from Missouri aren't coming to the floor to join the Democrats, protesting what's going to happen to health insurance in their state. If Congress does not extend the credits that were not renewed under the big, beautiful Trump budget plan, the people in Missouri will have to pay 70% more for their insurance next year. A Missouri couple in their 60s with household income of $85,000 has to pay an extra $23,000 a year for health insurance, from $7,225 a year now to $30,000 next year. Think of that, $30,000. It's just unimaginable, more than $2,000 a month in premiums. A Missouri newspaper stated, quote, an individual with an income of $62,000 a year, and that's not a wealthy person, are going to have to pay full premium if the enhanced credits are not extended. That means paying $9,000 over a year for the average plan instead of $5,321. It's an increase of 70%. How can families do this? They're struggling to get by buying groceries, the utility bills are going through the roof, and now comes this added expense. Price increases this magnitude will cause millions to lose their health insurance. I asked the Director of Insurance in Illinois, of the 500,000 who have affordable care plans in our state, a fourth of farmers in our state, for example, they have it, and half of the shopkeepers in our state. How many do you think will drop their insurance when they read these new premiums in the next few days that are coming across in their mailboxes? She said 30 to 40% will give up their insurance. What does that mean? Well, for the family, it's a tragedy. It's a terrible tragedy for fear that they're going to have some serious illness. For medical providers, it means that sick people will still show up at the emergency room and in the hospital. They just won't be insured, and they won't be able to pay these hospitals, some of which will fail as a result. Our state is anticipating anywhere from 160,000 to 275,000 Illinoisans will lose health insurance because the premiums are going through the roof. This is what the government shutdown is all about. What we are saying to the Republicans, join us in a bipartisan effort to provide relief for these families that are going to pay these high premiums in Illinois and in Missouri and all across the United States. And as it turns out, if you're just looking to the raw politics of the situation, there are more families from states that Trump carried running for president than states that he didn't carry who are affected by this. And yet, silence from the Republican side of the aisle. Hundreds of thousands of Illinoisans go to bed each night knowing that they're one illness or one accident away from heartbreak and financial ruin for their families. I can't understand the indifference on the other side. Listen to what Bruce of Quincy, Illinois wrote to me. He said, I can no longer pay for my health insurance. It went from $361 a month to $1,770 a month, from $361 to $1,770. He said, I'm a cancer survivor and a retired disabled professional firefighter. I just don't know what I'm going to do. How long are we going to have to wait to provide help for Bruce and others? There are millions of people like those who have written to me and those, I'm sure, who will learn to their surprise that they are also victims of this. This is something that we ought to agree on, for goodness sakes. Everybody needs a protection of health insurance and the peace of mind. think that families will be forced to drop it because of our inaction on Capitol Hill is inexcusable. Thanks again to the senator from Connecticut for drawing us all together. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank my colleague from Connecticut for convening us here. This is a pretty normal thing that we do on a regular basis. We come down here and talk about something that we care about, but it is kind of worth noting that this is a very unusual moment. Most of the discussions I've had in the last hour are trying to figure out whether we are paying food stamp benefits or we're not paying food stamp benefits. I don't know if the presiding officer or any Republicans who may wander onto the floor of the Senate could help us, but there are millions of really hungry families out there who have no idea whether they're getting nutrition benefits or not. The law says they have to get benefits because Republicans and Democrats have put into the law a requirement that the president, during a shutdown, use a contingency fund, which is flush with money, $5 billion, to pay those benefits. The president has alternatively, over the past 72 hours, said he's paying them, he's not paying them, he's going to comply with the court order, he's not going to comply with the court order. This is madness. The president of the United States is playing with people's lives right now. He may think it's funny, he may think he's scoring political points, but this is ultimately leading to ruin for people. And it is yet another example of the enthusiasm that this president and many of his enablers here in the United States Senate have for ruining people's lives so as to be able to pad the pockets of the very rich, the very wealthy, and the very powerful in this country. Why are we shut down right now? We are shut down primarily because Republicans have refused to negotiate with Democrats on whether or not we should write a budget that intentionally destroys the American healthcare system. Republicans passed this big, beautiful bill at the beginning of the year, which intentionally sets our healthcare system on a death spiral. You can't pull $2 trillion out of the American healthcare system without parts of it collapsing. Massive cuts to Medicaid, massive cuts to the Affordable Care Act, cuts to funding that goes to nursing homes. 17 million people losing their health care, a couple million immediately because of these Affordable Care Act subsidy cuts, but over time, 17 million people. That is a cataclysm. That is a cataclysm. The reason we're shut down is because Republicans are refusing to negotiate with Democrats over our unreasonable demand that we just make the pain of the big, beautiful bill a little bit less acute this fall when premiums are scheduled to go up on American families by thousands of dollars. These people are worth fighting for. This principle that the government shouldn't exist to transfer money from the poor and the middle class to the wealthy and the powerful is a principle that is worth fighting for. Yesterday, Senator Warren, Senator Smith, and I took a trip down to South Florida. Why did we go to South Florida? Because in South Florida is the highest concentration of people in this country who rely on the Affordable Care Act for their health care coverage. In fact, in many parts of South Florida, 1 out of every 4 families gets their health care from the Affordable Care Act. They also need these subsidies to be able to make their health care affordable. The decision that we are making now, are we going to continue the subsidies or are we not? It is a matter of life and death for everybody who relies on those subsidies in America, but in particular in South Florida. And I guess I just want to share what we're talking about here. We met a gentleman by the name of Seth Grossman. He is a small business owner. He's a husband. He's a father. He's got a wife with a diagnosis of cancer. And the ACA is what pays their medical bills. He just went on to the exchange to see what his increase will be for the year. $1,000 would have been hard to handle. They run on a pretty tight budget. $5,000, well, that's a head scratcher, how the Grossmans are going to figure that out. $10,000, wow, that would be pretty bad. $18,000 increase for the Grossmans for their health care. An $18,000 increase in their premiums because of what Republicans did intentionally, so that they could muster up enough money to give a massive tax cut to corporations and the wealthy. My Republican colleagues decided to increase premiums on the Grossmans by $18,000. They got a cancer diagnosis that they are trying to pay for. Just so that they could help out their wealthy and powerful friends. But it gets worse. Cara Farley told us her story. She had a hard time telling us her story. We had a hard time listening to her story. Cara is a mother of 4 living in South Florida. She's already a cancer survivor, having survived ovarian cancer, but she just got a new diagnosis, a malignant melanoma. Her husband has a complicated form of diabetes in which he often has seizures if it goes untreated. And for 20 years, it went untreated, and he was in and out of the hospital. Why? Because they were uninsured. They could not afford insurance. But the ACA and the subsidies saved them. But now, Cara has this new diagnosis. She has visits planned out over the next several months to try to treat this malignant melanoma. Her premiums are not going up by 10%, not by 20%, not by 50%, but by 100%. Her premiums are doubling. They cannot afford that. And so you know what conversation Cara and her husband are having? Which one of us is going to survive? We can't afford health care for both of us. So for our kids, which one of us should get treated and which one of us shouldn't? Why are you putting people through that? Just so that you can give a new $270,000 tax cut to the very wealthy in this country? This is a choice. This is a choice that our Republican colleagues have made to put families in this country through a kind of inhumane misery, deciding which parent will live, just to enrich people who are already making millions of dollars. This is a principle worth fighting for. These people are worth fighting for. We are shut down today because Republicans refuse to even talk to Democrats about a path forward to make sure that Cara and her husband don't have to choose which of them live. It's an abomination that we're even in that conversation. And I'm glad to be here on this floor with my colleagues to explain in very real terms what this is about. This isn't about politics. This isn't about point scoring. This isn't about elections. This is about human beings that Republicans have intentionally decided to leave in a ruinous condition. And Democrats, I'm proud of my Democratic colleagues for standing up and fighting for a very simple premise, that if we're going to pass a budget, it better be a moral budget. If we're going to pass a budget, it better be a budget that doesn't send the healthcare system of South Florida and the healthcare system of many other parts of this country into a death spiral. As we left those families yesterday, they were begging us to keep up this fight, begging us not to give in, begging us not to cave. It's a fight worth having. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I thank my colleagues, both colleagues from Connecticut, and as Senator Murphy just said, A budget is a moral statement, and how you handle the needs of your constituents in the end, it's got to be something that you feel in your heart. And what we are saying today is that our constituents' health care, it's not something you can just bargain away over the summer and cut trillions of dollars from Medicaid or Medicare or the Affordable Care Act and think it's all going to be okay. As our colleagues are learning, it's not okay. And I start with the kitchen table. That's where people see their bills, and that's where right now they're seeing their grocery bills. And for millions of Americans right now, they don't even know if they're going to be able to get groceries for their kids. And that is because what's been happening, not just with the healthcare premiums, but also with those millions of Americans, those families, those veterans, those seniors, people with disabilities and their families that use SNAP. A lot of people might not have known how important this is to these families. Well, when you go to grocery stores in rural America and you talk to the small town grocers, you find out just how many people at various points of their life, maybe they are working several jobs, maybe they went through a divorce and they don't have enough money to be able to get their groceries. Maybe it's a family that struggles and their child has disabilities and can't work. These stories are all across our country right now. So that is why it is so callous that the administration, when they know they can transfer funds from anywhere to pay for SNAP, has decided that they're going to take on this fight. So why not give trillions of dollars to wealthy people and then tell people they're not going to be able to get their groceries? First they said, well, we're not going to do it. Then the court stepped in, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, said, yeah, you are going to do it. The law says you have to, at the very least, use this contingency fund for $5 billion that's sitting there. And now you're not going to use it for a golden bathroom in the White House, and you're not going to use it for a ballroom, and you're not going to use it for anything else that you think is your vanity project of the day. You're going to use it to help people afford food. That order came out. They also said, and guess what? You can also transfer funds from other places to be able to help pay for people's SNAP and their groceries. Administration first says, yes, we will comply with the order. The USDA Secretary of Agriculture, says yes. And then the next thing you know, we suddenly find out, no, we're just going to pay for half of stuff. We're going to pay for half of stuff. Now we're going to tell some states it's okay, some states it's not. We're going to mess around. Then what happens today, in the middle of the day, then the president sends out a statement, an official statement on his platform of choice, Truth Social, and says, oh, we're not going to pay SNAP benefits. Sorry, signs it, Donald J. Trump. It's right there. Anyone can see it. Then today, the press secretary says, no. We are going to pay the SNAP benefits. This will eventually be resolved in court just this week, an emergency order. My very strong belief is the court is going to say, none of this, you're following the court orders, you're going to provide the SNAP benefits. But think about those families looking at the bills, and think about the families looking at the health care bills, which is what we're here about today. Basically, what we're seeing here is people are standing on a health care cliff. 4 days into the health insurance marketplace open enrollment period across America, whether it's blue states, red states, we happen to know that 75% of the people on these Affordable Care Act policies live in states that Donald Trump won. Why? Well, a lot of small companies, a lot of rural areas, 27% of farmers and ranchers are on Affordable Care Act plans. If you work at a big corporation in a big city, you're going to have health care. They're going to provide it to you. If you work at a government entity, whether it's local, whether it's state, whether it's federal, you're going to have health care. But if you're an entrepreneur and start your own small business, like the woman I met with in Eagan, Minnesota on Friday, who has one employee that she loves, who had cancer, she pays 75% of his premiums for him and his wife. He pays 25%. And you barely making it go right now, you know, tariffs, all this stuff going on. then you think, can I even keep this employee? Or can I keep the employee, but then they won't have health care insurance, and they made it through cancer, and I love this employee, and I want to keep him on. Those are decisions Americans are making right now as they see these premiums double across the country. It's across every single state. Texas, 60-year-old Texas couple, for example, earning about $80,000 a year could see their premium increase by more than $17,000. I was just on a call with some Nebraskans. They're going to see doubling, tripling of their health insurance premiums. We have heard time and time again, Senator Murphy just mentioned Florida, but whether you're talking to people in Idaho or Utah, whether you are talking to people in the rural areas of West Virginia, they're seeing the same thing, doubling, tripling of their premiums. And it is with our grasp to do something about it. This amount of money for a year of it, and you can double that to 2 years, is literally nearly the same amount of money as the president gave to Argentina. How can that even be possible that we as a country think that it's better for our country to give $20 billion to Argentina than it is to help this small business owner be able to afford her employees' health insurance? How could we even in our wildest dreams decide that is a priority, or the priority is a gilded bathroom in the White House? This is happening all over this country. It is time for our House colleagues to come back after their 6-week vacation. It is time for our Senate Republican colleagues to sit down and negotiate with us, because this is not a December thing. This is not a January thing. This is a now thing. It's happening now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
President, thank you very much. As I come to the floor, I reflect on how I've never understood what it is in the Republican mind that is so fixated on taking health care away from people. It really doesn't make sense. It may be some recessive political gene that goes back to when Republicans opposed Medicare, attacked it as socialized medicine, tried to make sure it never happened. But it really doesn't make sense. But it's active still. And Americans are looking at 3 waves of attack on their health care. The first wave is pulling their Affordable Care credits. That is a big deal for a lot of people. 24 million Americans are going to be affected, are going to see their costs for health care likely double. In Rhode Island, my small state, tens of thousands of people are going to be similarly affected. Huge increases in their monthly costs for the same health care. And because so many of them aren't going to be able to afford that increase, we estimate that 13,000 Rhode Islanders will lose their coverage and have to go to emergency rooms and wait in line and drive up the ultimate cost of care by not getting treatment when it's needed. But it's not just the Affordable Care credits that are imperiled here. Right behind that is a $500 billion cut to Medicare. Medicare. Some of us remember when President Biden gave his State of the Union, and he had a bit of an exchange with the Republicans in the House about Medicare. He said, you know, Republicans always are trying to cut Medicare. And they all jumped up out of their chairs, yelling and screaming, and said, no, 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 we'll never cut Medicare. We're not for that. You can't say we're for that. What did they do in the Beautiful for Billionaires bill? Cut Medicare. They did it a tricky way because they don't want to own that they are Medicare cutters. You saw that behavior during Biden's State of the Union. They do not want to own cutting Medicare. They know people like and respect Medicare and rely on Medicare. But the Beautiful for Billionaires bill, by virtue of adding over $4 trillion to our national debt, triggered another law, the sequestration law, that automatically imposes cuts on Medicare starting next year. Next year. And it's $500 billion in Medicare cuts. So that's backed up behind the Affordable Care credits being pulled away. And then behind that comes the $1 trillion cut to Medicaid that was right on the face of the Beautiful for Billionaires bill. So you add those three things up. You pull the Affordable Care credits from the families that rely on it. You whack Medicare by $500 billion. You whack Medicaid by $1 trillion. You have delivered a devastating blow to the American people. Such a devastating blow, by the way, that the healthcare providers at the receiving end of those trillions of dollars are likely to suffer to the point of having to potentially close nursing homes, hospitals, provider practices, family doctors. They're the ones where this money ultimately lands, and when you take that much money away from our healthcare sector, don't think it's going to be okay, because it's not. So why do we stand and fight to protect the Affordable Care credits? Well, two reasons. One, because it is the first wave of this new Republican assault on Americans' health care. Affordable Care credits, then Medicare, then Medicaid. If we don't stand and fight now, with the Affordable Care credits being sent out now, the changes in the prices, then we're in no position to defend when the Medicare cuts come through, $500 billion, and when the Medicaid cuts come through, $1 trillion. And the second is, we can have some confidence that our Republican colleagues, when they get over this fixation about taking away Americans' health care, will realize that a lot of the Americans whose health care they're taking away are their own constituents. In fact, all the evidence is that these Affordable Care credits go more to Republican senators' constituents than they do to ours, which is why Republican House members running for re-election are writing letters saying, let's fix the Affordable Care credits. Let's extend Affordable Care credits for 2 years. That is why Republicans in this body are saying, yes, we know we need to negotiate to extend Affordable Care credits. We just don't want to do it right now. So we can have some confidence in this fight that Republicans' constituents are going to let them know how unwelcome pulling the Affordable Care credits is. And that's before you even get to $500 billion cuts to Medicare and $1 trillion cuts to Medicaid. So this matters, and it matters to a lot of people. And it matters in Republican states. I just happened to pick Tennessee. Here's a little bit about what's going to happen in Tennessee. Tennessee families, thanks to Republicans not willing to negotiate with us, will see their premiums increase on average by 320% next year. 320%. More than 600,000 Tennesseans rely on the state Affordable Care marketplace, healthcare.gov, for their insurance. These families will pay on average $464 more for their health insurance. Here's some examples of how health insurance sticker shock is landing right now in Tennessee as the notices go out for the next enrollment period. A 45-year-old in Tennessee making $62,000, driving their own truck, working their small farm, operating their small business, will see their average annual premium costs rise by $1,726. A 60-year-old couple making $82,000 will see their average annual premium cost rise by $19,329. A quarter of their $82,000 income gone like that, because Republicans won't sit down and negotiate like grown-ups. A family of four making $126,000 will see their average annual premium cost rise by $9,087. This just isn't going to work, my friends. You're going to have to figure this out. Otherwise, around 210,000 Tennesseans will go uninsured. And by the way, because the money flows through to the healthcare providers, providers in Tennessee will take the hit. They will lose an additional $1.3 billion in funding that supports healthcare in Tennessee. $1.3 billion, billion with a B. So it's time to fix this. Over and over again, Senate Republicans have said, yes, we're willing to negotiate, we just don't want to do it now, we want to do it later. So all of this pain, the damage the president is throwing on with his snap cuts, the damage Trump is throwing on by adding that he threatens to close American airspace. Believe it or not, this is a president who will close American airspace before he will help Americans get health care coverage. Think about that just for a moment. Let that thought land. Close American airspace rather than give Americans health care coverage. And the fight, the gravamen of this dispute right now isn't over negotiating. It's over when to negotiate. Really? It's worth causing all this damage over when to negotiate? I would say you could negotiate right now, and we could come to an agreement within a week that would put an end to the continuing resolution, and we could go forward. There's one problem. I think President Trump doesn't want the shutdown to end. I think his creepy minion at the Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought, doesn't want the shutdown to end. They like the shutdown. They look forward to the shutdown. They gave Gatsby parties at Mar-a-Lago during the shutdown. Everything about this shutdown thrills their dark hearts, and they could care less about Americans suffering. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today on behalf of the 22 million Americans who are about to see their health care premiums double on average unless my Republican colleagues do something. We've spent the last 35 days trying to get them to care about Americans' health care costs going up. And I can tell you firsthand, Wisconsinites are calling me every day, begging me to stay in this fight. Last week, we saw for the first time just how much Wisconsinites' premiums will go up unless President Donald Trump and Republicans do their jobs and negotiate with us. In Wisconsin, the average 40-year-old will see their premiums increase nearly 40%. An average family of four will see premiums skyrocket by nearly $17,000 per year. And for a 60-year-old couple, they will be paying more than $24,000 for health care next year. And these that I'm sharing right now are just statewide averages. For some folks, the reality will be much, much worse. A 60-year-old couple in Barron County, a rural county in Wisconsin, making $85,000 a year, will see an increase of over 800% in their premiums. That is a $33,000 increase, more than a third of their entire income, just to get health care for the year. And behind all of these statistics are real people. Open enrollment started just 4 days ago. And right now, Americans can log on to healthcare.gov and see just how ruinous these premium costs will be to their budgets for next year. I've heard from constituents like Carol, a retired high school teacher in Menominee, whose premiums are going to go up by nearly $2,000 per month. Will she have to drop her insurance entirely? I'm hearing from small business owners like Teresa in Milwaukee County. As a metastatic breast cancer patient, going without insurance is simply not an option. Will doubling premiums in 2026 jeopardize her entire business and all the people that she employs? And I've talked to soybean farmers like Phil in Spring Valley, who is adding healthcare costs to the growing list of crises Donald Trump has created for his business. He's already losing $85 an acre because of Trump's trade war. Where is he supposed to find extra money to afford his health insurance? These are real questions that 22 million Americans are asking themselves as they start logging on to healthcare.gov to buy insurance for 2026, only to find their costs have increased astronomically. These price increases are not an issue that will stop at any state line. Who you voted for or what political party you belong to does not matter. Prices are going up for Americans in every single state. These 22 million Americans all have a story to tell. And sadly, many of my Republican colleagues are not telling those stories. So I'm here to do that, because regardless of where you live in this country, I fundamentally believe you should have good health care that doesn't break the bank. Take Iowa, for instance, where 120,000 Iowans saved an average of $470 each month because of premium tax credits. That's over 100,000 people who are about to see their health care premiums double, triple, maybe even quadruple. People like Lori from Des Moines, a cancer survivor who needs these tax breaks to afford life-saving screenings, MRIs, and routine care. If these tax credits expire, her premiums will go from $8 per month to over $600 per month, and she'll have no other option than to opt out of health insurance entirely. She simply cannot afford it. And Lori isn't alone. Estimates show that the average premiums for Iowans with marketplace coverage will increase by over $1,000 next year. For Iowans already struggling to make ends meet, that's simply unaffordable. I also talked to Jenny from West Des Moines. After Jenny's husband died of cancer, she started using the Affordable Care Act to find health insurance for herself and her son. She shared last week that without the enhanced tax credits, my premiums are going to more than double. She continued, as hard as it's going to be for us, I know it's going to be a lot harder for other single mothers. Iowa, like Wisconsin, also is home to countless rural and agricultural communities that are going to be hard hit by Donald Trump's health care crisis. More than 1 in 4 farmers nationwide rely on the Affordable Care Act for their coverage. And taking away these tax credits will be yet another blow. As Aaron Lehman and Matt Russell from the Iowa Farmers Union wrote in a recent op-ed, Iowa farmers are being stressed right now by low prices because of trade wars, increased production costs, tens of millions of dollars in cuts to USDA programs like support for conservation and specialty crop production. A dramatic increase in 2026 health care premiums for thousands of rural Iowans will crash individual family budgets and intensify the economic crisis. Listen to them. Health care premiums will crash families' budgets. These farmers have already been dealt a terrible hand by this administration. And now this? And let's not forget, we're having this debate after Donald Trump and Republicans already took a hacksaw to the rural health care system with their big, ugly bill. Their cuts to Medicaid are going to cost rural hospitals nearly $150 billion over the next decade, forcing many to close, and even more to drop some of their least profitable services, but vital services like labor and delivery and mental health care. Unless Republicans and Donald Trump come to the table, the expiring Affordable Care Act tax breaks will put salt in the wound for rural Iowans and Wisconsinites alike. So if Donald Trump and my Republican colleagues won't listen to Democrats, I hope they'll listen to Iowans like Jenny and Lori, who are terrified about how they will be able to make ends meet without these tax breaks. To my Republican colleagues, there was plenty of room in the budget to deliver tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy and big corporations. But what about hard-working Americans? The path out of this is so incredibly clear. Republicans can come to the table today to work with Democrats to reopen the government and protect their own constituents from skyrocketing costs, or Republicans can whistle past the graveyard as they greenlight the largest premium spike in history. To me and your voters, the choice is clear. I just hope you can listen and stand up for working families. If not, millions of Americans will know who to blame when they can no longer afford their insurance. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you to all of my colleagues, most recently the senator from Wisconsin, but also Senators Burden, Durbin, Murphy, Klobuchar, Whitehouse. And yes, we're here to stand up for working families, as my colleague from Wisconsin has so powerfully said, and others of our colleagues who have told the stories. We're here about real people and real pain, sickness that they will endure, hands that won't be held, pocketbooks that will go empty, children who will go hungry. And yet, not a single Republican is on the floor. Not a single one. You know, we've been here to tell stories. And we've told a lot of stories with a lot of numbers, and they all add up to people having to pay double or triple what they do now, but most of them unable to pay and still put food on the table, pay their rent or mortgages or electricity bills, and survive financially. People who will see crushing medical debt that will drive many of them into bankruptcy. These stories are about farmers, about small business people, about contractors, the self-employed people who don't have a big corporation to pay for their health insurance. It is about entrepreneurs and everyday Americans who otherwise will fall through the cracks. They're too old for Medicare. They make too much for Medicaid. They are not employed by a corporation. John F. Kennedy said, "Life is unfair." But we have an obligation to make it fairer. And it really is in all of our interests to make health care available, because that makes the economy not only fairer, but more effective. I don't believe my Republican colleagues share the abhorrent values of this president. I don't believe my Republican colleagues want to shut SNAP down for 42 million families with children, to weaponize hunger, to play politics with the lives of Americans who can't afford to put food on the table, and to break promises, as this president has done, to exploit the shutdown. My colleague from Rhode Island has said he thinks the president likes the shutdown. If the president wanted to end the shutdown, he could do it this afternoon, and it wouldn't take a week. It would take a few hours. All it would take is a commitment to extend the health care subsidies beyond the end of the year and give people the assurance that they can afford health insurance. They are making these decisions right now about whether to buy it or not. And they cannot, in Connecticut or anywhere else in the country, make those decisions responsibly if they are living with the uncertainty of whether these health care tax credits will continue. When I was a prosecutor, we used to say, follow the money. Follow the money. Let's follow the money. Pretty simple. Cuts in Medicaid, prospective cuts in Medicare, elimination of the health care tax credit subsidies, money that has gone to tax cuts for the billionaires. That is a threat to our democracy. That is a threat to our economy. The country lost a very well-known Republican in the last 24 hours, Dick Cheney, whom I came to know personally and admired in the last stage of his life for standing up on principle to an anti-democratic president who was running again. He stood up with his daughter, Lynn. He was criticized and disliked by many for many things, but he stood on principle for democracy. I've thought often about our friend John McCain. Senator Durbin referred to him, and I can't put out of my mind, and I've been haunted by that moment, when John McCain stood next to the table in that corner and lifted his still broken arm to give a thumbs down to a repeal of the Affordable Care Act. He stood on principle. Today, we're asking our Republican colleagues to stand on principle, stand up to a president who can be ruthless and retributive and just plain cruel. But Republicans have an obligation to something larger than this president, larger than the seats that they occupy here, as do we as well, which is to do the right thing for the American people. So I hope they will channel their inner John McCain and recognize that this shutdown has been forced on all of us by an administration unwilling to come to the table and simply compromise. It's not a four-letter word. It's what the American people expect us to do. It's what has always worked in the United States of America to enable us to overcome our divisions and our differences and to bring the country together. This is our moment to do it, and I hope we will. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. It's of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, how are you?
Hunky-dory.
Good.
This is Senator's in a quorum call.
I understand. Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to use a prop.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with me today are two of my colleagues from my office, Mr. James Shea and Mr. Parker Loy. And I've got another colleague coming. My exhibit was being printed, and it's not quite here. But when he comes, I'll introduce him to you too, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to talk about LSU. You know, into life, a little rain must fall sometimes, and LSU has been in the news lately, and it's not altogether positive. So I wanted to come down and talk today about the LSU that I know, not the LSU that's sometimes portrayed in the media. Now, I didn't graduate from LSU. My mom did, My youngest brother did. He graduated from LSU and LSU Med School. My middle brother, George, did. Loved George to death. He graduated from LSU in 2 terms, Carter's and Reagan's. Took him a while. I taught for 15 years at LSU. I taught at law school. I was raised in a little town about 20 miles north of Baton Rouge, and so I was raised on LSU, particularly LSU athletics. In fact, I played a little high school basketball, and at the time, LSU basketball wasn't very popular, so they would give away tickets to high school basketball players to try to fill the stands. I tell you that because I had the opportunity to see Pete Maravich play his very first game as a freshman at LSU. So I think I'm qualified to speak about LSU. And look, I know what most of the world thinks when you think about LSU and other of our fine universities. You think about this. You think about athletics. I get it. I love college athletics. I watch them every weekend. LSU is certainly excels at athletics. We have, I looked it up, we have 21 sports programs at LSU. We actually have more women's sports programs than we have men's. We have 12 women's sports and 12 women's sports and 9 male sports. And I get that when a lot of people, since college athletics is so popular, I get that a lot of people, when they think of LSU, they think of Pete Maravich, or they think of Billy Cannon, or they think of Y.A. Tittle, or they think of Joe Burrow, or they think of Shaq, or Odell Beckham, or Simone Augustus, or Bob Pettit. I get that. And athletics are an important part of education. When Coach Kim Mulkey, for example, at LSU, the coach of LSU women's basketball, when she takes a young person, a young woman, and molds that young woman into a responsible adult, when she teaches that young person how to experience victory, but also defeat, when she teaches that young person how to treat those two imposters, victory and defeat, the same, when she teaches that young person responsibility, when she teaches that young person discipline and the value of hard work, that's education. So athletics is education. But there's another part of LSU I want to talk about today. I want to lift up, and that's LSU academics. LSU was founded in 1860. And actually, LSU, people think of LSU in Baton Rouge. LSU in Baton Rouge is only one part of LSU. It's the main campus, and it's certainly an important part. But LSU is really other universities as well. I forget the exact number, but LSU we have campuses in Shreveport. We have campuses in Eunice. We have campuses in Alexandria. We now have a campus in New Orleans. I'm probably leaving some out. We have a medical school in Shreveport. We have a medical school in Baton Rouge. We have about 29,000 students on our main campus, the LSU in Baton Rouge that most people have heard of. But all total in our LSU system, we have about 59,000 students. And I'm very proud of that. The main campus is hundreds of buildings on about 1,000 acres of land, over 1,200 oak trees, just beautiful. The architecture is in the Italian Renaissance style. LSU was one of the first universities in the country to admit female students. There was a time, believe it or not, in our country when women receiving a higher education degree was something unusual. LSU admitted the first woman, its first female graduate in 1905. It's a long time ago. You may not know, Mr. President, but LSU is one of just 8 universities in the United States, one of only 8, to have a law school, a medical school. We actually have 2 medical schools, a dental school, a veterinary school, and an MBA program. That's the LSU I know, in addition to college athletics. LSU is one of only 24 universities that is both a land-grant university and a sea grant university and a space grant university as well. Those are all designations of excellence in research. That's the LSU that I know, in addition to athletics. The LSU that I know, in addition to athletics, has a library, a main library in Baton Rouge that is just simply extraordinary. It has over 3 million volumes. We have an incredible collection of rare books at our library. Some of them date back to the 15th century. We have more than 80,000 rare books. A lot of people don't know that about LSU. The LSU Press. LSU publishes books. It publishes about 80 different titles every year. Through the years, LSU has published books that have won 4 Pulitzer Prizes. John Kennedy Toole's A Confederacy of Dunces is probably one of the best known, but it's only one of hundreds, really even thousands. You've probably heard of the Southern Review. That's at LSU. The Southern Review was co-founded in 1935 by Robert Penn Warren. Robert Penn Warren, of course, is a 3-time Pulitzer Prize winner. He published All the King's Men. He's part of the New Criticism School. That's the LSU that I know, in addition to athletics. If you want to talk about media, the Reveille is our student newspaper at LSU. The Princeton Review named it as one of the 12th best college newspapers. And it really is impressive. That's the LSU that I know. The LSU that I know has over 2,000 research projects going at any one time. I'll just give you a couple of examples. I don't really understand them, but they're damned impressive sounding. For example, the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. It's building these small underwater robots that can survey and collect data from the seabed floor. The Department of Chemical Engineering is developing molecular brushes that can scrape away at molecules to give these molecules new properties. I don't understand how they do it, but this research is going to be used to improve everything from contract lenses to the recycling of plastics. In our College of Engineering's Division of Computer Science, there's a very impressive research project going on known as researching something known as micro-signal attacks. Projects like these are the reason that LSU is one of only 21 universities that's been designated as a National Security Agency's Center of Academic Excellence in cyber operations. That's the LSU I know. That's the LSU I know, in addition to this LSU. Both important. Both important. But LSU is even more than its fine athletic program. LSU, I looked up some of the people out there who went to LSU, and of course, again, I talked about Bob Pettit. He was a great one. Y.A. Tittle, Joe Burrow. These are athletes. We're proud of them. But the other LSU, this LSU, is Professor Rainer Weiss. Professor Weiss is now deceased, but he won the 2017 Nobel Prize in Physics. Professor Bradley Schaefer, he shared the 2011 Nobel Prize in Physics for his role in supernova cosmology. Professor Thomas Cutter, his team won the 2015 Nobel Prize for their role in their work at the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory project. The LSU I know is Maud Cook. Mr. Cook was a very successful businessman. He was the CEO of Atlantic Richfield, ARCO, for years. The LSU I know is Mr. Pat Taylor, now deceased. He was an LSU graduate, built Taylor Energy, was a champion for what we call the top scholarship program. The LSU I know is Hubert Humphrey, who also went to our university. The LSU I know is in the arts, Joanne Woodward, an LSU graduate. Rex Reed, a film critic. The LSU I know is Dr. Ronald Douglas, who's a distinguished professor of mathematics at Texas A&M University. A&M is very proud of him. He got his graduate degree at LSU. The LSU I know is Virgil Suarez, professor of English at Florida State University and an award-winning writer who got his Master's of Fine Arts at LSU. The LSU I know is Fonville Winans. Perhaps you haven't heard of him. Look him up. Famous photographer. I have a number of his breathtakingly beautiful photographs in my office. The LSU I know is Bill Conti, who was an Emmy and an Academy Award-winning composer. The LSU I know is Nick Pizzolatto, who was wrote the HBO series True Detective. The LSU I know is General Barrow, General Robert H. Barrow, who was a general in the Marine Corps. I could keep going. I could keep going for the rest of the afternoon, but I won't. I think I've made my point. No matter what you read about LSU, and I know there's been a lot in the news about our athletic program and frankly also about our academics. I just want you to remember this, and I know I'm biased. It truly is an extraordinary university. It's an extraordinary university of student athletes. That's this part of LSU. But it's an extraordinary university and collection of academics and academia as well. I'll close on this note. My first job in government was with a governor. He was a reform governor. I was elected to try to change Louisiana politics, and he did, and as a result, he only served one term. His name was Buddy Romer. But Buddy used to say all the time, and he would say it to me, he'd say, Kennedy, here's what you've got to understand about Louisiana. He said the key to Louisiana's future is not who the governor is. He would say, Kennedy, the key to Louisiana's future is not who the U.S. Senator is. The key to Louisiana's future is not the unemployment rate. We talk about it and we worry about it, but that's not the key to our future. The key to Louisiana is it's not the price of oil, as important as that is to an oil state. The key to Louisiana, Governor Rumble would say, is education. And education in Louisiana is Louisiana State University. So to our media, I believe in the First Amendment right and say what you want. I value opinions. Opinions are like elbows. Everyone has one. You're entitled to share it. But I want you to think about and hopefully learn more about the LSU I know, which enjoys excellence not only in athletics, but in excellence in academics. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your attention. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Excuse me, Senator, we're in a quorum call.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I think there is a lot of confusion amongst the American people as to what is going on right now here in Washington, D.C., and I wanted to just say a few words to address some of that. In my view, Mr. President, this may well be the most consequential moment in American history since the Civil War. The decisions that we in Congress make right now will impact this country for generations to come. In America today, we have a megalomaniacal president who, consumed by his quest for more and more power, is undermining our Constitution, the rule of law, and is pushing this country closer and closer toward authoritarianism. I'm talking about a man who threatens to arrest and jail his political opponents, right here in the United States of America, not debate political opponents, not respectfully disagree with opponents. You oppose me, we're going to prosecute you. This is a man who is deploying the U.S. military, our armed forces, into democratic cities and allowing masked ICE agents to pick people up off the streets and throw them into vans without due process and take them to God knows where. I'm talking about a president who has sued virtually every major media outlet because he cannot tolerate criticism, who has taken funds away from PBS and NPR because he doesn't want objective reporting about what his policies are doing. And this is a man who is actively encouraging his multi-billionaire friends to buy up more and more of the media so that he will have a media friendlier to him. This is a man who has extorted funds from law firms and is withholding federal funding from states that voted against him. Can you imagine that? There has never been a president, Republican or Democrat, who did not understand that he was president of the United States. Oh, the people in Utah voted against a Democratic president. We're not going to fund them, give them the funds that they are entitled to. That's never been the case. And this guy is open. Trump is quite open. Oh, Mamdani is going to be elected mayor of New York City. Well, you're not going to get federal funds. Unheard of. Illegal, unconstitutional. And because we have a president who does not believe in the rule of law, we have just seen, right now, we're experiencing literally this moment, we have a president who is illegally withholding $5.5 billion in emergency SNAP funds, nutrition funds, from 42 million Americans, including 16 million children. The Congress put money into a fund to make sure that if the government shuts down, there will be funding for the millions of people who depend upon SNAP funds, so that children in America and their parents and their grandparents will not go hungry in the richest country in the world. And Trump says, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to withhold the funds. Then he announced, changed his mind, and he announced he would comply with the court orders. It told him that he had to release the funds. Okay, I'll comply with those orders and release the funds. And then he announced this morning, that he was not going to release the funds and would allow children in this country to go hungry. But wait a minute, a few hours later, a spokesperson for the White House said that he would comply with the court's order. Withhold funds, release funds. Withhold funds, release funds, all within a period of a few days. Does anyone wonder why faith in our government now is so very low? Mr. President, let us be clear. This government shutdown now in its 35th day did not happen by accident. In the U.S. Senate, it takes 60 votes to fund the federal government. 60 votes. Republicans have 53 members. The Democratic caucus has 47. That means Republicans must negotiate with Democrats to move the budget forward. This is what has always happened until now. Common sense. You don't have 60 votes, you got to sit down and negotiate with the minority. That's what Republicans have done. That's what Democrats have done in the past. But right now, for the first time in modern history, Republicans are simply refusing to come to the table and negotiate. What they are basically saying, it is our way or the highway. Yeah, we need 60 votes, but we're not going to you. You have to come to us. This is the way it will be. To make matters worse, the Republican contempt for negotiations is so bad, so absurd, that the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, has given his chamber, House of Representatives, a 6-week paid vacation. They're not here in Washington, D.C. We're in the middle of a government shutdown. Millions of federal employees are not getting paid right now. They are wondering how they're going to feed their families. Federal employees are going to food banks, worried about paying the mortgages. Right now, millions of Americans are receiving notices from insurance companies, and their insurance premiums are rising precipitously, double, in some cases tripling. And as I mentioned, people are worried about whether or not they're going to get their food stamps and other nutrition programs. That's what's going on. But the House of Representatives is not in town. They're on a paid vacation. How absurd, how insulting is that? So the bottom line, though, Mr. President, is really, what is this whole conflict about? Democrats accusing Republicans, Republicans accusing Democrats, media does its thing. What really are the issues that we are talking about? So let me tell you what, in my view, is going on. I think almost everybody in the country understands that we have an economy today in which the very wealthiest people in this country, the oligarchs who were sitting right behind Trump at his inauguration, multi-billionaires, they have never, ever had it so good. They are making huge amounts of money. But at the same time, as the very richest people in America are becoming richer, Trump and my Republican colleagues want to pass a budget that throws 15 million low-income and working-class Americans off the health care they have by slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by $1 trillion. On one hand, they want to give massive tax breaks, $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%, and they're going to pay for that by cutting Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by $1 trillion, throwing 15 million people off the health care they have. Mr. President, it is no great secret that well before Trump, before this whole shutdown and cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, no secret to any American that our current health care system is broken, it is dysfunctional, and it is cruel. Today, despite spending twice as much per capita as almost any other, the people of any other major country on earth, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Before these cuts, 500,000 Americans are going bankrupt every year due to medically related debt. Bad enough you have cancer or some other terrible disease, and in addition to worrying about whether you're going to stay alive, you got to worry about how you're going to pay hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills. many can't. In fact, 42% of cancer patients drain their entire life savings within 2 years of their diagnosis. If that's not a broken system, I don't know what is. Mr. President, 1 out of every 4 cancer patients lose their homes to foreclosure or eviction because of the outrageous cost of health care in this country. And in the midst of all that, a broken, dysfunctional, and wildly expensive health care system, Trump wants to make the situation even worse by throwing 15 million people off of the health care they currently have. So what happens when you do that? What happens if you say to 15 million low-income and working-class people, sorry, you no longer have health care? Well, it's not hard to understand that people can't go to a doctor, and if they have a chronic health care problem, you know what happens to them? They die. So let's be clear about it. When you throw 15 million people off the health care they have, according to a variety of studies from Yale, University of Pennsylvania, up to 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily each and every year. These are people who, if they had decent health care, would not have to die. That is what we are voting on. That is what we are debating right now. Will we allow 50,000 of our fellow Americans in every state in this country to die unnecessarily? And let us be very clear. These cuts will not only kill people, not only throw 15 million off the health care that they have, it will devastate nursing homes that are highly dependent upon Medicaid for their funding. It will devastate community health centers and rural hospitals all over this country. That means the quality of care in nursing homes, in rural hospitals, and in community health centers will deteriorate. In other words, the budget that Trump is demanding to be passed here in the United States Senate will be a horror for working families all across this country. But that's not all. That's not all. It's not just throwing 15 million people off the health care they have at a time when health insurance in this country is already outrageously expensive. People can't afford it today. Trump's proposal, his big, beautiful bill, and what he wants Democrats to do is to vote for a budget that doubles health care premiums. In my state of Vermont, it's not just doubling, some cases tripling, even quadrupling. So how, when right now people can't afford health care, how are you going to see a doubling of your premiums, a tripling of your premiums? That is going to impact some 20 million Americans, many of whom, by the way, are getting their notices right now from insurance companies, people who are on the Affordable Care Act. Mr. President, according to every poll that I have seen, the American people, quite understandably, by overwhelming margins, do not want to see a doubling of their health care premiums. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, 78% of Americans, including 59% of Republicans, want to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Now, I have got to say, I'm not a great fan of the Affordable Care Act. I believe that we should do what every other major country on earth does and guarantee health care as a human right through a Medicare for all single-payer program. You want cost-effective, universal health care, that is the way to go. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of support for that here in the Senate. So our immediate job, at least, is to make sure that 20 million people who get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act do not see a doubling of their premiums. And this impacts, believe me, not just Democrats, but Republicans as well. Tony Fabrizio, President Trump's own pollster, has said, and I quote, this is Donald Trump's own pollster, quote, by broad bipartisan margins, voters want to see the Affordable Care Act tax credits extended rather than expire at the end of the year, whether in the context of premiums doubling or 5 million families losing their health insurance. This includes solid majorities of Trump voters and swing voters. End quote. Tony Fabrizio, President Trump's own poster. So it's not just Democrats, it's not just independents, it's not just the far left, it is Trump supporters. Further, at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, the American people do not want to see the billionaire class receive $1 trillion in new tax breaks for the 1%. So let me be clear. I know this is a radical thought, but the truth is Elon Musk, the richest man alive, worth some $500 billion, man who owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households, you know what? I don't think he needs a tax break. Now, around here, that's a radical statement. Nor does Mr. Bezos, nor does Mr. Zuckerberg, nor does Mr. Ellison, nor do anyone in the top 1% who today are doing phenomenally well. It is time that we started worrying about the working families of this country, people who cannot afford health care, who can't afford to pay rent or mortgage, cost of housing outrageously high, who can't afford child care, can't afford to send their kids to college, who can't afford to buy decent quality food at the grocery store. Those are the people that we should be worrying about, not tax breaks for Mr. Musk and the other billionaires in this country. So, Mr. President, let me be very clear in telling you what I will not be doing. I will not vote for a budget that throws 15 million Americans off the health care that they have. I will not be voting for a budget that doubles premiums for 20 million Americans. I will not be voting for a budget that decimates rural hospitals, nursing homes, and community health centers. I will not be voting for a budget that causes over 50,000 Americans to die unnecessarily every year. I will not be voting for a budget that provides $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. And I hope very much that we can win some Republican support in opposition to these disastrous proposals. But at the very least, I would hope that the vast majority of my colleagues in the Democratic caucus will not vote for these proposals. In my view, Democrats in the Senate must stand with the working families of our country and in opposition to Trump's effort to virtually destroy the American healthcare system today. The American healthcare system was broken before Trump, but when you throw 15 million people off of healthcare, you decimate rural healthcare, you raise premiums for 20 million people in the Affordable Care Act, you are bringing the healthcare system to the verge of collapse. Mr. President, poll after poll shows that the American people know what in fact is going on. They understand who is responsible for the shutdown. They want strong opposition to Trump's unprecedented and dangerous agenda, not just Democrats, not just independents, but Republicans as well. And despite the Democratic Party's all-time low approval rating, independents and even a number of Republicans are now standing with the Democrats in their fight to protect health care for working families. If Democrats surrender now, at a time when Trump already has no regard for our democratic system of checks and balances, he will simply be emboldened to go forward and decimate programs, not just in health care, but programs that protect the elderly, protect the children, protect the sick, and protect the poor, while giving more tax breaks and other benefits to the people on top. So, Mr. President, now is the time for us to stand with the American people. They know the economy is rigged. They understand that it is absurd and unfair to give tax breaks to billionaires and throw millions of people off of the health care they have. They understand that it will be a horror show if 20 million plus Americans are forced to see a doubling in their health care premiums. The American people want the Senate to stand tall and say no to Mr. Trump and the Republican leadership. I hope we will be able to do that. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today along with my colleagues. I see Senator Kim is here from New Jersey, and I know Senator Bennett is here from Colorado, and you're going to also hear from Senators Welch, Baldwin, Coons, and Merkley. And really everyone in the Senate should be pretty concerned right now about what's happening with SNAP. We have 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP. And I see Senator Sanders is here as well from Vermont, who I know has visited food banks throughout his state and get what's going on right now. What's happening to these 42 million Americans, including 16 million kids, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities, should not and does not have to happen. SNAP is critical for people who have multiple jobs, work part-time jobs, work irregular hours. I have met with so many people, particularly in rural Minnesota, who this is their lifeline. Their salaries aren't as high. Sometimes they get divorced. Sometimes they have like 4 kids. Maybe they have a kid with disability, so they can't work a full-time job all the time. These stories are heartbreaking. And it's colliding right now with the fact that grocery prices keep going up. You've seen what's happened here and there with eggs, with beef, because of the tariffs, which is going to be the subject of a major U.S. Supreme Court case tomorrow morning with everything going on. I want to remind people of that. So when this administration announced that it would not fund SNAP benefits this month, when it previously said it would, Democrats called on the administration to use its contingency fund, which we knew that it had to do, and transfer authority, which means it can allow it to transfer funds from certain places, to ensure that Americans could put food on the table. Because given the escalating prices of food, we don't understand why the president chooses to show off about a marble bathroom with golden sconces as part of the Lincoln bedroom. We don't understand why the president is raising money for a gilded ballroom and demolishing the East Room. We don't understand why in the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill this summer, a decision was made by our colleagues to put up a bunch of tax cuts for the wealthiest while they cut SNAP benefits. And then this, I guess we're not surprised by this, but we knew from the very beginning when this announcement was made, as the president keeps looking for things to distract us from what's a real issue here, which is healthcare premiums, and he keeps, first he says he's gonna, makes fun of people and makes light of what's going on and takes our leaders and puts sombreros on their heads in a video, and then the next thing he does is he pardons George Santos, and then the next thing he does is he needs money back from the Justice Department, taxpayer money that he wants to do, and then the next thing he does is he announces he's gonna run for a 3rd term. Steve Bannon does it, then he says, yeah, I am, then he says, no, I'm not. At some point, can people figure out what's going on here? Because look at what he's done on SNAP benefits. At first they said, yes, we understand we must fund them, which I appreciated. Brooke Rawlings said during a shutdown, they had a notice on their website, this shutdown plan that was put out literally this year. It wasn't some hangover from the Biden administration. It was something from there. And then suddenly it mysteriously vanished. But luckily we had taken a screenshot of it. So we knew what it said, and that was that it was Congress's intent to fund SNAP during any kind of a lapse in funding because of a shutdown. So they say they are going to fund it, don't worry. Then they say they're not. Then we bring it to court in the all of the states get together, 25 states, and bring it to court. Big surprise, last Friday, orders come out of 2 states, one of them binding on the nation, that says, yeah, you got to fund SNAP. So then they say, yes, we'll follow the court order. Then what happens today? Oh, well, they're only going to fund half of a hamburger. They're just going to fund half of the benefits. Then 3 hours later, the president puts it out on Truth Social that he's not going to fund any of the benefits. Then we're going to court again. This is absolutely callous. It's cold as people are scared that they're not going to feed their families. It's causing complete disarray out there as some food banks are able to get their money and some states are able to process them and other ones have different computer equipment so they're not able to. Really? That's how you're going to run a government? It's no surprise that the president's numbers on running the government and his disapproval rating have gone from 50-some, 60-some, and up because of what's going on here. These courts told the administration that they must use the contingency fund to cover SNAP benefits. And we know that the USDA has said there is currently $4.65 billion in funding. So unless you're going to use that billions of dollars to make up new bathrooms in the White House, maybe you can use it to help get people's groceries on the table. They shouldn't be forced by the courts when they know what the law says, but they have been now, and they need to follow the order. And then, in addition to that, they can use their transfer authority to make sure they transfer the money over for the remaining amount of money. Why is this happening? We're in a shutdown because our colleagues are unwilling to come to the table to talk about one simple thing, health care premiums. Do you know that 1 year of Affordable Care Act tax premiums nationally is about the same amount of money that was spent in Argentina? $20 billion. 2 years of it, about 2 years of that? Yeah, that's what they have done. They prioritized $20 billion to Argentina over the health care premiums in states of which 75% are red states won by Donald Trump. So that's why I appreciate Senator Lujan's leadership on this legislation that would basically make sure that we're continuing to fund. I appreciate what Senator Hawley did. I'm on his bill. We have all of our members that I know of would support Senator Hawley's bill that would fund this during the shutdown. So why don't we call that bill up for a vote? This has been going on for too long. The roadmap was clear this summer when they cut billions and billions of dollars from SNAP and shifted over $80 billion to the states and then rewarded the states with the highest error rate in order to pass that bill. That happened this summer. Now here we are today, and I guess I'm not surprised, but I know that my colleagues care about these people in their states. So we're asking them to pressure the president to stop this mess, come to the table, negotiate it, call back the House from their 6-week vacation so that they get back negotiating table and we get through this shutdown and we come back into the regular order of the government. But during that time, don't put this on the backs of people that can't afford food. And don't decide and show off about a marble bathroom while someone is standing in a grocery line not getting their SNAP card through. It's an outrage. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank my colleague from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, for being here tonight, for helping organize all of us tonight to have this important discussion. I think this evening, as we're standing here, Mr. President, this will mark the longest shutdown in American history. And that is not something that anybody in this chamber should be proud about. I've had the opportunity since I've been here to watch year after year after year after year as these shutdowns have gotten longer and longer. And this is not, this chamber does not belong to the senators that are here, Mr. President. It belongs to the American people. And, but sometimes the fight is a really important one. And we are in the fight tonight for health care for the American people. One of the first shutdowns I ever was here to see was one, and to be around for, was one where they were trying to defund the Affordable Care Act. They were trying to take health care away from the American people. This is exactly the opposite of that. The situation we're in tonight is one where, as we meet tonight, people are having to fill out their paperwork for their new insurance premiums. And those premiums are offset by part of the Affordable Care Act that creates tax credits for working people to be able to buy insurance to make it a little bit more affordable. Insurance gets more expensive every single year. And we should do something about that, Mr. President, but we're not even having a debate about that today. All we're doing is having a debate about whether or not President Trump and his colleagues across the aisle here in the Senate want to take away those subsidies from the American people. Mr. President, in my state of Colorado, the result of that is going to be that people's health insurance prices are going to double, at least. In some places, they might triple. In some places, they might go up 400% is what the governor's office is saying to us. And I do feel like somehow at the end of the day here, President Trump is going to try to find a way to make sure that those prices don't go up the way they otherwise would on the American people and try to find a way to claim credit for it. I don't care about any credit. I just think the American people need to know that their insurance is not going to skyrocket. But you never know from one day to the next. One day he's worried about the prices on Americans. The next day he could care less. And that's the thing we're here to talk about tonight. Everywhere I go in Colorado, Mr. President, families tell me the same thing. The prices are too high. No matter how much money they try to save during the week, they can't keep up with the cost of groceries. They can't feed their families. Many of these Coloradans, 600,000, rely on a program called the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, which is our country's largest and most effective program to feed hungry people and families. Every day, families rely on this program to stretch their food budgets a little further. It allows them to buy things like fruit and vegetables at the farmer's market or the grocery store, pick up milk at the corner store, and for their kids to have a snack when they come home from school. Now the Trump administration is refusing to use the money Congress has appropriated, that Congress passed from here, to fund this vital help for families. And this comes after President Trump and Senate Republicans made the largest cuts in SNAP in the history of the program, all so they could offset their tax cuts for the wealthiest people in America. I've heard from people all over Colorado how mystified they are by that bill, but also the fact that they have no idea how they're going to make ends meet by the end of the week. Older adults in Pueblo County, where nearly 45,000 residents depend on SNAP, now facing health deterioration and malnutrition without the food they need. Grandmothers like one in Arvada who can't feed her 3 young grandchildren. Doctors who know that their patients are not going to be able to remain healthy if they can't feed their families. All over Colorado. All over Colorado, Mr. President, county governments like Chaffee and Pickett and Routt and Summit are responding to the emergency that President Trump has created by giving grocery store gift cards to families who have lost their SNAP benefits. But that's never going to be enough to offset the damage. Mr. President, before I came to the Senate, I served as the superintendent of the Denver Public Schools. And I'm sorry to say this, but in that job, I've seen firsthand what hunger does to a child, what it means for learning, how it undermines not just their future, but the nation's future. We can't build a strong economy or a strong democracy on empty stomachs, Mr. President. Instead of helping families, instead of complying with what the courts have told them they have a constitutional obligation to do, this administration is making choices that raise costs and harm families. These cuts to food and nutrition are the latest moves that this administration has undertaken to make people's lives harder in this country, not easier. They've made it harder for people this week, not easier, to afford groceries in America. President Trump's tariffs, as everybody in this chamber knows, are driving up grocery prices and costs, and the cost to keep our farms running. And as I said at the very outset, they are refusing to extend health care tax credits, the result of which could double or triple the cost of health care for millions of families all across America. What a record of disgrace. Mr. President, last week, 2 different courts said what President Trump is doing with SNAP is illegal. They told him to make the payments to families. But today he said he would ignore the court orders and refuse to fund the program. Later, the White House press secretary had to walk that back, saying that now they intend to fully comply with that court order. I hope that is true, Mr. President. I hope that is true. President Trump has not just the power, but the legal obligation to fund these benefits and to fund SNAP this month. I urge my colleagues in this chamber to stand up for the families who depend on this critical program and demand that President Trump do the right thing and reduce the costs for working people all over this country. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today because more than 40 million Americans, including more than 800,000 New Jerseyans, are getting ready to sit down for dinner tonight, wondering if there will be enough food for tomorrow. Roughly 1 in 8 Americans rely on food assistance, and they're left asking if they'll be able to give their kids breakfast in the morning. Those are questions people in my state, in every state in this country, are facing. And it leads me to this question that we should ask ourselves. How did we get here? How did we get to this place where things are so broken that American families are having to ration meals to survive? We are the richest, most powerful country in the entire world. Yet people, so many millions of families, have to ask this question of whether or not they will have enough to eat. Now let's start with President Trump. He's not just absent from any effort to end this shutdown, he's actively weaponizing people's hunger. Last week, 2 federal judges in Massachusetts and Rhode Island ruled that the administration must use contingency funds or transfer authorities to continue SNAP benefits. Both courts found that it's unlawful for President Trump to hold up the money and benefits, and found that emergency funds must be used to keep Americans fed during this shutdown. Now, yesterday, his administration told federal judge that they would use a contingency fund to pay half of SNAP benefits. But today, Trump made it clear he would defy the court order and won't pay anything unless Democrats stop our attempt to lower health care costs. And then the White House came out hours later to try to do some cleaning up, saying that they would comply. I don't know what to believe. No one in America knows what to believe. How can Americans that are hungry plan their next meal with this level of uncertainty coming from the White House? That's not leadership. Now, we know this president has the authority to make this pain stop. Now, during his first term, his own administration issued guidance saying these contingency funds are available if SNAP funds lapse due to a government shutdown. Now, during this second term, the pre-shutdown documents confirming the USDA would be able to continue funding SNAP have vanished. They're just gone, removed from the website. So, we know the authorities exist. We know the money exists. What we don't know is the willingness of Donald Trump to put American families ahead of himself. We have billions to send to Argentina, hundreds of millions for a new gold-plated ballroom. but money to keep food on the table of millions of families, Donald Trump doesn't think that's a priority. Well, of course, he's wrong. And that is one way that we arrive at this moment. The second reason why families are having to question where their next meal is coming from is found across the Capitol, where Speaker Johnson, just on the other side of this hallway, hasn't brought the House into session in more than 45 days. What would happen to the American people? What would happen to your jobs if you didn't show up for 45 days? Now, this is not just an abdication of responsibility, it is a dereliction of duty, and people will suffer because of it. There is real harm. It is not theoretical. So for these 42 million Americans, they're not asking for the moon. They're just asking for a little help to be able to feed their kids, to be able to feed their families in a time of need, to be able to just be able to provide and live a life of dignity and decency. Now, this is something that our government should do. What is the value of government if we cannot help people, our fellow citizens, in their time of need? It is at the core of what we do. And at a time like this, I find myself thinking back to Mr. Rogers' quote, "Always look for the helpers." We all know that line. And as I look around, I ask, well, where are the helpers? I look at the White House. I see corruption. I see cruelty. I look at the House of Representatives that has been on for nearly a 7-week vacation, getting paid while many government employees are showing up to work and not getting paid, worried about whether or not they're going to be able to pay the bills. While President Trump and House Republicans fail them, I see in my own home state of New Jersey people stepping up to be the helpers. I see people back home who have taken it upon themselves to do what the White House and the congressional Republicans have prevented us from doing. People like Mary from Medford, who as a teacher is personally doing check-ins with her students to make sure their families have resources as New Jersey heads into winter, while also organizing a Thanksgiving drive for her with her friends and family to collect winter items and food to donate to Camden. Or Pamela from Rocky Hill, who has taken it upon herself to purchase grocery store gift cards and sending them to AmeriCorps members across New Jersey who would otherwise rely on SNAP for monthly food costs. Or Leslie from Stockton, who is donating to local food banks in her community, who says, quote, "I feel very fortunate that I can donate food. No one in this country should lack a roof over their head, heat in their home, medical care, or nutritious food." I wish those words were coming out of the President of the United States. I wish those values were shared by the leaders in the House of Representatives that are not even showing up. And these are just snapshots of hundreds of stories we have received from New Jerseyans who have stepped up in their own communities by increasing donations to food banks, giving away their free turkeys from the grocery stores, volunteering more at local pantries across the state. The list goes on and on. Well, I want to close here by highlighting the last part of Mr. Rogers' famous quote. We all know, look for the helpers. What is not as commonly thought of is the sentences that follow. He says, look for the helpers, because if you look for the helpers, you'll know that there's hope. Mr. President, as my office continues to receive stories from all over my state, I'm just so proud to represent these 9 million Americans who left, right, or center, old and young, are currently stepping up. They are the helpers who give me hope. I urge my colleagues to listen to those back home in their states, those here on the floor telling stories from back home. We cannot allow Americans to go hungry. We cannot allow these games to go on with people's lives. We must become the helpers for those we represent. That is the true meaning of the job that we do here. While we carry the title of senators, ultimately what the people ask of us are to be the helpers that they can look to be able to help them in their time of need. And right now, that means fully funding SNAP so people in this country don't go hungry. And with that, I'll yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today to give voice to the more than 700,000 Wisconsinites who use SNAP to put food on the table. We call it food share in our state. And it's nothing short of a lifeline for over 40 million Americans. But unfortunately, right now, Donald Trump is pulling the rug out from under American families. Let me be crystal clear. No one wins in a shutdown, and that's why I've been practically begging Republican leadership to sit down with Democrats to reopen the government, make sure families are fed, and to lower health care costs. And while I stand ready and willing to work with my colleagues on a compromise, House Republicans have been on vacation for 45 days. Donald Trump has been jet-setting around the world, and when he is back in the country, he has been focused on overseeing the construction of his big, beautiful ballroom. But now, he has finally started to turn his attention to the shutdown. Unfortunately for the American people, he is not coming to the table to negotiate, to reopen the government and bring down health care costs. Instead, he is holding hungry Americans hostage and using families as political pawns. Instead of sitting down with Democrats to find a compromise to get out of this shutdown and lower costs for working families, Donald Trump illegally cut off food for nearly 42 million Americans. President Trump made a choice not to feed hungry families. That's right, a choice. And we learned that choice was illegal. 2 different judges concluded that Donald Trump was required to use contingency funds to make sure SNAP continues to flow to hungry families. But the president was then given another choice. The judges told him that he could shift resources around to make families whole and ensure that our kids are fed. But again, the president said no and chose to withhold federal funding needed to keep food on the table for Wisconsinites. Now, to put a finer point on this, the president has the money for all sorts of things. Private planes for his staff, $20 billion to bail out Argentina, and of course, his glamorous ballroom. But he is choosing not to fund SNAP and keep 700,000 Wisconsinites fed. This is really uncharted territory. Until now, ensuring that funding for SNAP continues has been standard operating procedure in every previous shutdown. Until Donald Trump, every president has put people above politics to keep food on the table. By sitting on his hands and refusing to lift a finger for hungry families until a court forced him to step up, Trump has caused total and utter chaos. The resulting delays and confusions have been nothing short of devastating. States are trying to figure out how to administer partial payments. Food pantries are seeing lines outside their doors. Families are showing up to grocery stores unsure if they are going to be able to afford to buy food. Children are going to school with empty stomachs. Then, just today, President Trump posted on social media and further muddied the waters, leading us to question if he plans to abide by the court order to release SNAP benefits at all. The president needs to follow court orders and provide food assistance now, and he should fund it in full. For 700,000 Wisconsinites, Donald Trump refusing to fund SNAP adds insult to injury when it comes to nutrition assistance. Remember, the president's marquee accomplishment this year was passing a massive tax bill that disproportionately benefits the wealthiest Americans and big corporations. And how are we paying for that tax break for billionaires? Donald Trump's novel solution was, in part, the largest cut to SNAP in history. Now, even more families are being left in the lurch because of President Trump, unsure if there will be food on the table this week. We need to reopen the federal government and address rising costs for American families. And we know the fastest way is Donald Trump coming to the table. I'm here waiting. But in the meantime, 42 million American families should not go hungry because Donald Trump wants to use them as leverage. President Trump, you have the power, you have the legal authority to keep these benefits flowing and feed hungry kids. Use it. I yield.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I rise to join my colleagues here on the floor tonight to talk about the importance of SNAP benefits. And I think you can see that what we don't need is more chaos. And we certainly don't need less help. What we need is for our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the White House to help us with SNAP. Now, my newspapers have been very clear. The Spokesman Review, SNAP benefits remain in limbo. The Seattle Times, state SNAP recipients brace for lower benefits after partial funding. The President of the United States, as my colleagues have said, have been ordered by the courts to pay for SNAP benefits, but instead of doing that, wants to continue to make life harder on not just Washingtonians, but many people across the country. Nearly 1 million Washingtonians receive SNAP benefits. We're talking about benefits that are helping them make ends meet. And as we've seen from food banks since the COVID days till now, not everybody can find food without paying exorbitant costs. So the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is created to try to help those Washingtonians and other people feed their families and feed their children. More than 38% of SNAP participants are families with members who are older adults or disabled. Nearly 10% of Washington households are food insecure, meaning they don't have the necessary access to have adequate food because they simply can't afford it. So we're here tonight to talk about how we want to save SNAP. SNAP benefits, as we know, help with the average household receiving benefits, or about $5.92 a day. Yes, that means that the fourth most expensive state to buy groceries in the U.S., and that the average cost of weekly groceries in the state of Washington is $287, over $1,000 per month. So we know that the SNAP benefit program helps us. So we know this administration likes to go from crisis to crisis, but grocery prices have been rising because of the Trump tariffs. And now, because the fact that our Republican colleagues will not work with us to open the government, those families who rely on SNAP are having a big challenge. We know that what we need to do is put SNAP dollars back into our economy. Every dollar spent on SNAP generates $1.54 of economic activity. In the 4 years leading up to the COVID pandemic, SNAP lifted 154,000 Washingtonians out of poverty, including 77,000 children. My office released data yesterday showing where halting SNAP would cause the most damage. People in Yakima County, where more than 57,000 people, 21% of the county's residents, receive SNAP benefits. In King County, that's where Seattle is, nearly 200,000 people will lose benefits. So let's be clear, the administration could fully fund SNAP benefits, do as the courts have asked, but for some reason, it's better to deny these people the benefits they deserve. I don't understand. We know what the courts have said. One in Massachusetts, one in Rhode Island. It said the administration should use the available emergency funding to fulfill SNAP benefits to 42 million Americans. That's what the courts have said. So the economic hardship that is being put on these American families at the hands of this administration is unconscionable. Why would the president freeze a program that not only stimulates the economy, helps fight hunger, feeds families, counteracts the tariff costs, and do what the courts is telling them to do? I don't understand why the American people, particularly families at lower income, are some sort of bargaining chit here in the United States Senate. I thought we were here to solve problems. I thought we were here to help the American people. Yakima County, as I mentioned, one of the most hard-hit SNAP counties, is really a failure to extend the premium tax credits that helped keep insurance affordable. Data from the exchange also showed that the people in this particular county expect a 133% increase in health insurance premiums for those county residents. So here we are, the most hard-hit SNAP county in our state, and also now facing a whopping $1,049 per month increase in their premiums. How do my colleagues expect people in Washington to survive with out-of-control health insurance costs, out-of-control food insurance costs, and especially as inflation rose to 3% in September? So instead of coming to the table on meaningful negotiations, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are still refusing to address the high costs of food and the high costs of health care. We're here tonight to say it's easy to save SNAP. The president could just do it. But let's work together to lower these extraordinary costs of health care on American families, to help a food program that has helped our farm communities and certainly helped families. Let's do the right thing and help save the SNAP program. I thank my colleagues and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I am grateful to my colleagues who've spoken this evening about the critical answer we should be giving to the question, who is my neighbor? I know of no faith that teaches that we should take food away from hungry children, from the seniors and the disabled and the veterans in our communities, so that we can hurt our political opponents. But sadly, that's what our president is doing. My foundational faith rests in the Gospels. One of the best known parables told by Jesus is the parable of the Good Samaritan. And lots of folks know the parable of the Good Samaritan, but maybe don't know exactly what it teaches, so let me just take a moment. Jesus is asked, what are the most important parts of the law? And he says, recite what the law teaches. He's asked, what do I have to do to inherit eternal life? And he says, what does the law teach? Love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind is the answer, and love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus says, you read correctly. Then, being a lawyer, I always love that part, seeking to justify himself, the questioner asks the next question, but who is my neighbor? And Jesus tells one of the most radical, challenging, and disruptive of his parables. You have to think about it in the context in which it was given. Some of the most respected people in the society he was from are exemplars, characters in this parable. A man is going down a road and is set upon by robbers and is beaten and injured and is lying in the side of the road. And a priest, one of the most respected religious leaders in ancient Israel, a priest is walking down the road and turns and passes on the other side. And then a Levite, part of a tribe of Israel that was known for their holiness and for their descent from the priestly class, he also walks by on the other side. And it is a Samaritan, a member of a community, a tribe of faith that was considered abhorrent to the ancient Israelites, who stops, who puts the wounded man on his donkey, who cares for him, who takes him to an inn, who treats his wounds and leaves money and says to the innkeeper, I will come back and pay you whatever is required for his care. And then Jesus says, who was acting like a neighbor? To which the lawyer properly says, the one who had mercy on him, on the victim. Righteousness requires us to view and treat as neighbor those who are on the margins of life. It was Senator Hubert Humphrey, I believe, who said the true test of a nation is how it treats those at the dawn of life, its children, those in the shadows of life, the disabled and the infirm, and those in the twilight of life, the seniors. And yet President Trump today, in defiance of 2 federal court orders, has been saying that he will refuse to distribute SNAP benefits promptly and fully. I believe last night in a Truth Social post, he said SNAP benefits, and I'm skipping the attacks on his predecessor, will be given only when the radical left Democrats open up our government and not before. The larger point is that SNAP, which is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which feeds millions of hungry Americans, is being used as a weapon, as a tool in this moment to try and leverage the hunger of millions to put pressure on us as a Senate to reopen. It's shocking that President Trump would say out loud his intention to defy court orders and to use whether or not to feed hungry children as leverage. In my home state of Delaware, where I've heard from the head of our food bank, from the heads of lots of local organizations that care for and support seniors and children and veterans, 11% of our state is on SNAP, 48,000 children, 4,700 veterans. Nationwide, 20% of all of our children are on SNAP. It is critical to the health and safety and development of children so that they can hear the teaching in the classroom over the grumbling of their bellies. The Food Bank of Delaware shared with me the story of a young mother whose doctor had said she had to stop working because her pregnancy was so far along, and as a result had to leave her work at a chicken processing plant, and today desperately needs SNAP, these benefits, to feed her 4 children. What answer does President Trump and my colleagues give to the question, who is my neighbor? On whom will they show mercy? The answer apparently is not America's children, not veterans, not working parents, not seniors and people with disabilities. In my home state, I'm grateful for a governor and leaders in our General Assembly who have stepped in to fill the breach and to provide these SNAP benefits temporarily, but they cannot do so for long. I believe in the richest country on earth, it is a shame, it is a horror for our children, our seniors, our disabled citizens, our veterans who rely on this program to go hungry just so we can continue fighting in this chamber. It is long past time for my colleagues and our president to answer the question, who is my neighbor, in a way that includes all Americans and does not cut them off from this vital and needed support. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, President Donald Trump has a new MAHA strategy, but it's no longer Make America Healthy Again. It is now the Make America Hungry agenda. The president is weaponizing food against America's most vulnerable families. In my state of Oregon, SNAP feeds over 750,000 people, including well over 200,000 children. Now, Oregon is roughly, from its northern border to its southern border, roughly 300 miles. So invite yourselves to do a little calculation. Imagine those 700,000 people lined up along I-5, stretching 300 miles from the northern border with Washington to the southern border with California. And do you think you'll see a person every mile or so? No. You would see a person every 2 feet over that 300-mile trip. You know, it's about a 6-hour drive from the northern border to the southern border. 6 hours driving past a continuous line of people. That, my colleagues, is the vision that Trump has for more than 700,000 hungry people, almost a third, every third person in line, approximately a child. What kind of vision is that for America? When children go hungry, it affects their physical development. It certainly affects the wiring of their brain, their mental development. And it certainly is devastating to their education. My colleague just noted that children can't learn when they hear the grumbling in the stomach. He's absolutely right. Children cannot learn when they're hungry. So it's a threefold attack on America's children. Congress, together, Democrats and Republicans, said this should never happen. So we created a contingency fund. That contingency fund has a little north of $4.5 billion in it. And we created the ability to use and interchange to transfer funds from a tariff fund that has about $16 billion in it. Funds raised during the Biden administration from tariffs available now to be transferred to ensure children don't go hungry. We together, Democrats and Republicans, created this twofold strategy. We together, the Senate and the House, created this strategy to ensure children won't go hungry. But what is happening now? Well, the Department of Agriculture administers this program, the SNAP program. Back in September, the Department of Agriculture posted a notice saying, don't worry, we will make sure we use the contingency funds to feed the children. And then, in October, they took that down because the president said, we don't want to use the funds that Congress set up in order to feed children. We want those children and their hunger to be a bargaining chip. We want to make children hungry. We want to diminish their physical and mental health. We want to undermine their education as a bargaining chip. Oh my goodness, what has this country come to that my Republican colleagues and the President of the United States are saying use hungry children as a bargaining chip in our nation? Now, the administration well understood the contingency fund, and they well understood the transfer authority. In fact, they used the transfer authority twice to fund WIC just recently. You know, I saw a speech by the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, last week, and he said, we're not going to fund SNAP because it would reduce pressure on Democrats. There you go. You hear it again. Use hungry children as a bargaining chip here in the United States of America. Trump posted on Truth Social, SNAP benefits will only be given once the government reopens and not before. That statement on Truth Social came after last Friday's 2 court decisions, both of which said, Mr. President, you have a legal obligation to fund SNAP. We have a contingency fund. You have the money. You have the responsibility, and SNAP must be funded immediately. Well, clearly that's not happening, because here we are on Tuesday, and SNAP has not been funded. Well, here we are on November 3rd, and SNAP has not been funded. The Speaker of the House, the President of the United States, using hungry children, seniors, people with disabilities, veterans, vulnerable families as bargaining chips. We're here tonight to say, hell no. That's not the America we live in, where we help each other out. This is not the America we live in, where we fail to use the program Democrats and Republicans set up together in a bipartisan fashion to make sure children and vulnerable families don't go hungry. Following that decision last Friday by 2 district courts saying, President, you have the responsibility to fund these programs, you have the funds to fund these programs, so do it. The administration has come back and said, well, we might consider using the contingency fund, but we're not going to use the interchange program. And that means at best we can only fund half the benefits because, well, SNAP takes about $8 to $9 billion per month. And we're talking only about $4.5 billion plus few change that is in the contingency fund. So you have to use the interchange for the other half of the benefits. Well, here is a big problem because families getting this minimal support of $6 a day per person would get $3 a day. I am pretty confident no member of Congress has ever gone a month funding their food on $3 a day. If any of my colleagues would like to volunteer to demonstrate that they can do that, it would be an interesting story for a reporter to follow you through the month. No cheating for the food you already have stored in the garage or stored in your cupboards. I'm sure your cupboards are already full. $3 a day. Give it a shot. Tell us about that. Children are not going to get the food they need. I'm a bit older. When you get older, you don't eat as much today. But I remember how much I ate when I was a teenager. I ate probably 2.5 times, 3 times what I eat now. The second problem is really a whopper. The second problem is that the administration has said because we only want to fund partial benefits, all the computers have to be reprogrammed. We got to change all the federal systems for distributing this fund. And you know what? All the states have to change what they do. So in a court filing yesterday, the administration said it will take weeks or months for most states or for many states to be able to deliver the benefits. We don't know if that was 50 out of 50 states. We don't know if that was 40 out of 50 states, but if most states have to reprogram their computers to do this calculation, to get this right, the administration is saying, we're going to do the contingency fund, but people may not get it for weeks or months, with an S on the months. Months? The court said, get it done by yesterday, Monday. This is Tuesday, and the administration said it's going to take us weeks or months to get that funding done. This is just a way of sneering at the court and saying, you may have ordered us, but we'll find a way to slow things down. Again, using the most vulnerable Americans as a bargaining chip. That is fabulously disturbing. Here's the court decision right here. Take a look at it. I invite all my colleagues to read it on both sides of the aisle. It says right in it, families will not be able to get the funding in many states for weeks or months. This document was penned by Patrick Penn, Deputy Undersecretary for Food and Nutrition and Consumer Services at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, formal filing of the Trump administration by the Deputy Undersecretary responsible. I quote it just to make this point again. USDA's understanding is that system changes states must implement to provide the reduced benefit amounts will take anywhere from a few weeks to several months. So let's take several months. So benefits get to somebody in Oregon, my 700,000 plus Oregonians who use SNAP, for November, but they don't get it until January. Really? Colleagues, that's acceptable to you? Come to the floor and tell me why that's acceptable in your state. That's not acceptable to me. I don't think it's acceptable to any of you. So where are you? Why aren't you down here right now saying the same thing? This should be bipartisan. It isn't just children in blue states that are affected. It's not just blue children in red states affected. It's everybody. Every state has a population that will go hungry if the SNAP benefits don't get to them. So let's fix this. Together, we built the infrastructure so this would never happen. Together, let's tell the administration that they have to use this infrastructure. You know, last night I came down here with a resolution, and the resolution was very simple. It says, we together built the infrastructure through the contingency fund and through the interchange transfer ability to make sure children never go hungry. Together, let's tell the president, use these powers, fund the full benefits. And a Republican colleague came down and objected. I asked him to address the substance of the resolution, what was wrong with it. And instead, he chose to do a tirade about Democrats shutting down the government. My goodness, really? It's like, let's talk about how to deliver a healthy meal to children, and we get a politicization of this issue. It's like moldy bread. My Republican colleagues know they voted time and time again against reopening the government in a fashion that will solve the health care problem that was created in the big, ugly betrayal of Bill. And Democrats voted against the Republican version of reopening the government. So the whole world knows both sides voted against a version of reopening the government, but then you have dialogue. People talk to each other. But President Trump said, I don't want the House or Senate leadership to talk to Democrats. So the Senate Republican leadership has been unwilling to sit down and negotiate. That's not the way it's supposed to work. We're not supposed to be ordered around by a president. The entire democracy is based on this chamber laying out the vision for the country, working together to make sure the issues in every corner of our nation are addressed. That's why there's 100 senators here representing every part of the country. That's why there's 430 plus members of the House representing every corner of the country. Not a dictator. Not an authoritarian saying my way or the highway. You lose your democracy and you end up with an authoritarian government when legislative leaders say, we're sorry, we'll set our own opinions behind, we'll set aside our own desire to help our own people to do what the president says. That's an authoritarian government. Every time you hear the president say, I'm shutting down a program because it doesn't align with the priorities of my administration, every single senator should come down here and say, we are a republic where Article 1 is about the power of the people through their electeds shaping the vision for this country, not through a single person in the Oval Office. That's an authoritarian government. You want an authoritarian government? There are a list of states I'd be happy to provide you for information for how you can go vacation in those authoritarian governments, and you can decide whether you like or not. But I'm here. We are here to defend democracy, to defend the vision of actually doing right by the people. Government by and for the powerful is not the vision of our nation. And yet, here we are tonight. The president saying starve the kids and the vulnerable families as a bargaining chip while he sends $20 billion to Argentina. The president saying starve the children and the vulnerable while he does $1 trillion in tax breaks for America's richest families, a bill that was passed on a partisan line by my Republican colleagues. Here we are tonight, a president and the Republican Party saying, starve the children and the vulnerable families because I want to build a ballroom, a golden ballroom worthy of Louis XIV. This new strategy from the president, being backed up by my colleagues across the aisle, the Make America Hungry agenda, make the vulnerable into bargaining chips, is not a vision that happens when you have government by and for the people. It is a vision that occurs when you have government by and for the powerful. But that's not the vision our nation was founded on. We were founded on a government that serves the people. So let's come together and remember our mission. Remember our oath of office to that Constitution that lays out the checks and balances to ensure that we serve the people, not the oligarchs, not the most powerful, not the billionaires. Let's address this issue immediately and tell the president we're 100 senators strong. Fund the SNAP program. You have the authority, you have the money, you have the responsibility, and none of us should stand for those children being bargaining chips. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thanks, Mr. President. The Trump administration is making history today, but not in a good way. In fact, in a reprehensible and irresponsible way. In one sentence, for the first time in history in the United States of America, SNAP benefits have been stopped. There are disasters and catastrophes that occur in the United States, just as in any other part of the world, whether it's Katrina or Storm Sandy or the Hurricane Melissa that we just had in Jamaica abroad. There are natural disasters that are beyond our control. Rarely does humanity choose inhumanity. That's a choice that, fortunately, mankind tries to spare. But today, Donald Trump is stopping SNAP benefits for millions of Americans across the country. In fact, 1/8 of all Americans depend on SNAP benefits. 1 of every 10 people in Connecticut receives SNAP benefits. In New Mexico, the proportion is even higher, about 1 out of 5. This stopping of SNAP benefits is a natural, or I should say national disaster that is not a natural disaster. It is man-made, purposeful, and intentional. And its purpose is really just to inflict pain. It is the result of an effort by the Trump administration to inflict maximum pain, to magnify political pressure. Kids are pawns in this political game for Donald Trump. Millions of Americans depend on this program, including 360,000 people in Connecticut. Republicans are saying it is the inevitable consequence of a government shutdown. False. There is money, the Emergency Contingency Fund, and revenues from other sources like tariffs that are more than adequate to fund the $8 to $9 billion for this program in November. There is an emergency contingency fund that exists for this purpose, an emergency, at least $5 billion, perhaps as much as $6 billion, and more than adequate resources from other accounts that can be used. In fact, the Department of Agriculture has used those other accounts in situations like this one, in shutdowns where administrations have said, we're going to feed the hungry. We're not letting Americans starve. I've been to the food pantries and the shelters and the soup kitchens around Connecticut, and what I've heard and I've seen is lines of people who are going to be going hungry when the private contributions of food are exhausted, and soon they will be. That's what I'm hearing from the folks who run Connecticut Food Share, the St. Vincent de Paul Pantry in Middletown, all across Connecticut, in towns as well as cities. We face a food insecurity crisis. The term food insecurity is a brilliant euphemism for hunger. And the gnawing effect of hunger, we all know it, prevents kids from learning or playing sports. It is debilitating, not just in the short run, it affects people in the long run, nutritionally. So this idea of make America healthy again is really the height of hypocrisy for an administration that is making Americans hungry again. And Donald Trump just days ago said, and I'm quoting almost exactly, said he would be honored to obey a court order that provided direction. Well, there is direction. 2 courts have ordered it, and now he's defying those courts. He's reversed himself in just a matter of days, and now he's saying that he refuses to provide the funding for SNAP benefits. These court orders are not suggestions or invitations. They are mandatory directives. 2 courts, Rhode Island and Massachusetts, in lawsuits brought by state attorneys general in Massachusetts and by cities, towns, and private organizations in Rhode Island. We've been clear again and again and again as Democrats. Americans should never have to choose between food and health, between food and rent, between food and mortgage payments, between food and electricity. There should be no need for families to choose because there should be no choice by our public officials to make them choose. But that's what we're seeing right now. And if we can be sure of one thing here, kids will go to bed hungry. Because I've talked to their moms and dads. Kids will go to bed hungry, or they will be unable to go to a doctor because Republicans say, well, reopen the government, and then we'll talk about health care insurance coverage. We should be talking about it right now because families are making decisions about whether they can afford health insurance right now on the open markets that are ongoing right now. And they can't afford to get sick on Donald Trump's timetable. Nobody can. As of Saturday, the regularly appropriated funding for SNAP ended, which left families across the country wondering how they're going to put food on the table. And that was when the courts stepped in to this crisis. And state the obvious, there's no reason for anyone to go hungry, not just because the courts have ordered that SNAP benefits be provided, but because there is a moral imperative in America. Starvation occurred systematically and ruthlessly as a result of Stalin saying about Ukraine that he was going to take their harvest, kill their livestock, uproot their gardens in backyards. He starved millions of people. It was the result of a totalitarian edict. Now, I'm not comparing Donald Trump to Stalin, but starvation is not some abstract concept. It is real. And there is a legal obligation in America, as well as a moral obligation, to provide this program. We do not live in Stalin's Soviet Union. But we do live in a country that is threatened with the specter of totalitarianism, because these kinds of decisions involve defying courts. Donald Trump is defying courts. He is defying laws passed by the Congress, signed by the president, that provide a legal obligation to use that available money. This march toward totalitarianism is not theoretical or abstract. And again, I am not drawing any comparison, none, with Stalinist Soviet Union. But hunger should not be something that we regard as a realistic threat in America. It may exist in other parts of the world. We try to provide food to those parts of the world where kids are in danger of going hungry. And we ought to do at least the same here for the children of this country. Democrats have been clear that we will come to the table, negotiate, reach a solution. It could be done this afternoon. If Speaker Johnson would bring the House back to town from its paid vacation, if Donald Trump would show leadership and seek a solution, and Speaker Thune be part of that constructive process. It is not an inevitable consequence that SNAP be shut down. It is a choice. It is a failure. It is a purposeful and conscious failure. And the United States Department of Agriculture has a moral and a legal obligation to use the vast produce and output of our agricultural system so that we in America can sleep at night with a clear conscience, knowing our country puts feeding hungry children above politics and refuses to use them as pawns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Wyoming.
Consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 192 S1872.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 192 S1872, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a study on the feasibility of manufacturing in the United States products for critical infrastructure sectors and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 171 S503.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 171 S503, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to evaluate and consider the impact of the telecommunications network equipment supply chain on the deployment of universal service and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to SRES 399.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 399, congratulating the people of North Macedonia on the 34th anniversary of their independence, and so forth.
Without exception, the committee is discharged. And the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to SRES 459.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 459, honoring the strategic importance of the C5+1 diplomatic platform, and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged.
I ask
and
unanimous
the Senate will
consent.
proceed to the measure.
Excuse me. I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRES 482, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 482, recognizing the week of November 3rd through November 7th, 2025 as National Veterans Small Business Week.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, November 5th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. And notwithstanding Rule 22, at 11:30 a.m., the Senate execute the order of October 30th in relation to confirmation of the tongue nomination, and following disposition of the tongue nomination, the Senate vote on cloture on executive calendar number 421, Caleb Orr, and if cloture is invoked, the Senate vote on confirmation at 2:15 p.m. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.